I'm back. Let me just get started sending out some notifications. And we'll see, well, I guess no one's on the stream yet because I just started it up, but let's see what's going on. Alright, so send out my social media posts. I've been looking at what I want to do tonight. Basically, I'm going to be on a Red Bull fueled bender, and hopefully by the time I collapse, I will have accomplished something interesting. I've been looking at collision detection, and that might be an interesting thing to do today, but we probably want a few more objects first. Maybe I want to start with just object interaction. So what I can do is maybe attempt just say like using one of the buttons to grab an object. Just call it A button for interaction. You know, it's a normal thing. And then I'll just have the player just grab the object and be able to manipulate it by putting it on the center of the camera. Okay, let's go ahead and start with that. That's probably something that's not terribly difficult to do. Let's reinvent the wheel here. So what do we got? We got our GameObject. This right now is basically just our cube there, our textured cube. We got position, we got rotation, and you know what I need to do? I should probably put in some velocities here that can change, but then I start thinking about things like physics, which is probably not the easiest thing in the world to handle right now. Let's just put them in for compatibility's sake. Let's start out just putting, you know, well, these aren't, well, yeah, they're velocities because they have direction. Negative would be backwards. Start making some velocities, integer values, because they're changing by integer frame to an integer value. Let's just call that Vx, Vy, Vz. Okay. And then we're gonna have, you know, rotation speed. Velocity. The thing is, speed is the wrong word here. It's like kind of like an angular momentum type deal. That's the wrong way of saying it. Let's just call it rotation speed for now. I'll understand. I'll use the V standard here again, just to, so every time I want to change the speed of something, I just manipulate the V. Let's see. Create cube, set location, well, that's set position. Position, set rotation. Let's set the velocities then too. Why does this keep doing this? There we go. And then we're going to set the rotation speeds the same way. Just to 0. And then we can just change that manually after the fact, unless we want to. We're in C, we're not in C++. Object orientation is not exactly available here, so I can't just set like an object method here. I'd have to basically I'd have to create an actual function and just say taking this pointer as an argument, go ahead and change specifically that object's value. But for now, I'm just going to manipulate the value itself. I'm slowly making this more programmatic so that it's more automatic. So then when I start scaling this thing, when I have like a list or an array of different objects that are a little bit more generalized, I can manipulate them all at once using the same class of functions. So let me see, we got quads inverts, that's not changing. Draw an object. All right. So right now, okay, this stuff, we need to have, really what I want to do, I think we need to split off a display class here. Because everything that's handled should be as divorced as possible from something it's not involved with. So we have main.c, so everything's right now is in the same file. And I want to start moving toward, better programming practices so that this is more usable. So generally what you want to do is you want to separate your logic from your user interface from your output. So the internal logic, main.c really should only be handling things like just the main game loop, just basically top level calls. And then we're going to be splitting off some of these some of these things as we go along. So for starters, things if I start splitting off these classes, it's going to start getting really awkward because now I'm going to have to start compiling multiple C files. I mean, right now I'm importing a header right up here, and that's pretty explicit. Problem is, if I start splitting off these guys into different files, I don't know if I'm going to suddenly start breaking the compiler and saying, "Oh, you need to include everything in this folder" or something like that. Actually, let me go ahead and check my makefile and see if my makefile is working at this. Let me see. Source directory, sources. I wonder. Okay, so let me go see if I can just quickly change the makefile into something that includes the entire folder. Yeah. Like I said, I'm relearning C on this one, so I'm actually trying to see how to make a proper makefile to make sure all the sources are being included. So let's say, sources. Okay, let's try something like this. I'm gonna. I mean, obviously, every time you change your makefile, you're risking breaking something. I'll just copy this over onto a notepad, a different notepad for now. Just copy this whole thing. Main.c. Over here, let's try something like this. Let's try /star.c. And what I hope this means is that it'll say, okay, everything with c.c at the end of it should be included. I don't know if I'm actually doing this right. Like this already looks wrong to me, but let's try compiling and running and see what happens. So we have this error. Let me see. No ISO found. See, that's generally okay. That means, I think that means that I've gone past the compilation step and just like the ISO maker has choked up on itself. So let me try that again. Let me try. Nope. Okay, but if I go back to the make file and I just go back to main.c, or let me just try star C here. I'm going to do star C here and see what happens when I try to file again. Nope. So when I clean, it's calling clean. All right. Okay, let's do the back to what I had before. Make sure that it's just not being stupid. So now it's compiling, it's running. There's our Sega Saturn screen. So I'm doing this wrong, obviously. See, what I need to do is I probably need to go back into some of those old examples and look at what like a multi-file project would look like, see what their make files look like. So one of these guys is going to have here. This is the Sonic demo. It's got 2 C files and a header file. He just lists them. Now this is going to get really unwieldy if I start just listing everything. Okay, let's see if there's a well, this isn't useful anymore. I know that's already my make file. Okay. Got 2D storyboard, single file, 3D file. Man, all these guys are a single file. Like, I need to be able to make a large overall structure, something generalized. So every time I create a new C, I don't have to just do another flag in the make file. Say, okay, make file. I made a new object, or I renamed something. I got to go back, find it, find out which folder it's in, add it all in. I should be able to do like a star.c thing. So, because as far as I can tell, I have to just manually add everything into the make file, and that's... Eesh, okay. Oh, here's one. Here's XL2's make file. So he's got a handful of... and he lists them all. Oh my goodness. Okay. I guess that's, Hey, what's this? Memory size for Malik. Okay. I'm gonna have to look up what the significance of this number is later. I mean, XL2's way better at this than me, but, you know, he doesn't put out any tutorials, so I'm not even sure what he does. I just have to look at his code and try to interpret it. I'm pretty sure this is just the limit of Saturn's memory, but it seems like, what is that? If I'm reading this right, that's, you know, 200,000 bytes, 200 kilobytes or so, 250 kilobytes, something like that. I don't know. I'll return to that later. Basically, what I've learned is, yeah, I have to, every time I make a new file, I gotta put a new make file in, or a new object in the make file. So let's do that. So what I want to do is, okay, go back in my project folder. Let's start splitting off functions. Let's do display. Oh crap. Let me save this as display.c. Copy my boilerplate Creative Commons thing over there. Include my template. So create cube would be like a game logic thing. It's just creating an object in space. Draw object, that goes under display. So let's move that over. Let's go into the make file. Say display.c is to be included. Yeah, let's move everything else in there that's relevant. Camera controls, drawing objects. Yeah, drawing would be display. This is obviously display. This itself needs to be its own draw thing. It needs to be flagged with like a debug flag and put somewhere else. Anyway, I'm putting it over here now. Go. I should start commenting what these guys like. See, this is properly, at least an attempt at commenting happened here. Handle input from gameplay. Yeah, okay, that's what's going on. This is game logic. It's manipulating the camera, but it's not doing any drawing calls, so it's properly divorced. And then these camera values will be picked up when we actually do something over here, when we try to... Let's see, not here. So where is the drawing happening? Okay, there we go. Let's just do a move and rotate camera function. That should already be its own function. This is just going to be void move cam. Oh, void. Open bracket. Goes back up again. Just going to do move cam in place. That. Oh, what I need to do. We should make, there's this camera over here that gets declared. That needs to be a constant. And the reason that is that a constant, once it's instantiated, will not change anywhere. So if I try to initialize it up here, it's going to say, oh, we already have this camera, so we'll just keep it. At least that's how it should work. So there shouldn't be any conflicts here. I should be able to refer to the same object. I should probably make all these guys constants too, now I think about it. Okay. Oops, okay. That was the wrong way of doing that. Okay. We done splitting off display stuff? Okay. On the camera angle, that's still logic. Camera position, that's still logic. Main loop, that's not moving. Input. Move camera according to position in target. Draw objects. My draw should already be split off here. There it is. Okay. Okay, JO main, that's what triggers when we start the code. And then main loop is called from JO main to start the actual game loop. We need to start, later on I'm going to have to do a game state variable as, I guess, you know, integer check value again, so we can see what the game should be doing. Because, you know, when you start the game, we should like start out with a menu or something. The game state should change based on what's going on. Okay. So that doesn't change. Calling back to the main loop, yeah. Create cube. Thing is, where do we declare these objects? Object. Grave game objects. 4 of them. You know, the better way, well, not the better way, but the way I should be doing this is I should be able to create and destroy game objects, which is what I'm working toward right now. and that means I need to be able to use malloc. And luckily for us, the JO engine already has its own malloc to use. So it'll tell us how to do it. Let's see. Just move this over for a second. There we are. So freeze the memory space. No, that's for later. Dynamic memory allocator. There we go. Segment size. Okay, so we're gonna have to do here. We're gonna have to size the object, which shouldn't be too bad because everything that's variable in size is a pointer anyway. So it should be a size of. Let me see. C size of a struct. I'm not sure how to use this because there's malloc behavior. I'm not. Let's see. Well, we'll get to that part later. Okay, so size of is like a default thing, so that shouldn't be a problem. So we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, let's just split off these display functions and see what happens. Oh, main game loop. so that, let's say I give one of these guys a speed, I can make them start moving. And that'll be useful if I want to apply things like gravity. Very, very fundamental physics. Not like a real physics engine, because I don't think the Saturn can handle that. Just like, drop down, wait for collision detection from the floor or something, And even collision detection is going to be a nightmare. That's for another time. So right now we are forming rotation. Integer. Oh, we don't even have to declare it like that. We just declare the value, and then the for loop asserts the value first. All right. So this is more like apply object speeds for animation. Handle input. That's handle input. That needs to be split off into an input.c thing. Really, the input handling right now is very fundamental. Where is it? Where did I put it? There it is. This is literally just a series of if-then statements. We need to start introducing things like game states. We need to say, combinations of keys, stuff like that. All of this should be in its own category. And we really should just have like a background variable. These buttons are being pressed, and then a separate input function needs to parse them. So that will happen when it happens. See, I want to make an A and a Z, but have just nothing happen here. So, sorry, A, B, and C, and this is just, nothing happens. I don't know if that's going to break it. I hope it doesn't. And then same thing here. We do X, Y. Nothing happens. See, let me see. Think of is there like a blank line or something? If statement, and we just do nothing. I can just put a semicolon. includes all these header files. Maybe I'm doing this wrong somehow. Maybe the display.c should be display.h. I don't think it should be. Thing is, I don't think that I'm meant to, Let me see this for a second. So, and see if I want to, call code from another C file. What do I have to do? This seems wrong. I don't think I should have to do this include statement for a .c file. I don't. But let's see what happens. Do display.c. In which case, if I'm doing the include statement, do I really actually have to do the inclusion in the make file? Because I didn't include templates in the make file, but I'm still invoking it. I go back to my code and template.h. There we go. I look at it, you know, include string, include JO engine, because it's always. I'm using this to load up the boxes and to essentially load up the textures. So, yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Try to compile and run. Oh, something else broke. Discards, qualifiers, went to your target type. Line 174. Well, what's all this? Okay, let's start at the top because there is so much wrong here. Okay. Syntax error before the star token in display.c. GameObject. Oh, maybe. Okay, this probably needs to be reflexive because since I have GameObject referenced here as no, I shouldn't. I don't think I should have to do that. I don't know. Go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. What is go? 19. There is no go here. Am I looking in the right file? Line 19. Go. There's no go here. When I go over here... Alright, let's just try real quick to do an include line reflexively. I'm certain, I don't remember why, but I'm pretty sure this is going to break something even worse. Like, I don't think you should have to do this, where you have both files calling each other. Well, let's try again. I'm not even going to bother switching displays because I know this is going to break. My god. Yeah, this is an endless loop of can't compile because... Once you include from one direction, I don't think you're supposed to include from another. Is there even anything called Go in either of these folders? Yeah, there's nothing called Go there. I don't know why it's... Go. Oh, GameObject Go. Oh, there we are. So, it should be a pointer to a GameObject, right? which means... Oof. Okay. Go back. Syntax error before the start time. You see this? Okay, so this is build stuff. Included from main C.11. Display. Okay. Right. Real object. Line 20. Go undeclared. First use in this function. It's a game object. So it doesn't recognize game object as a type. So a lot of these things are just... I gotta look up how to fix this. Because we're gonna need... Eventually, we're gonna have to get all these guys split off. Which means I'm gonna have to be able to use a struct from one file in another file. Oh, what I should be doing is I should make a game object header. So, once again, let's split off even more. Let me see. So let me save this as... I guess I need it. Game object.h. See, that makes perfect sense. That means I'm gonna have to include a game object line up here. And also over here. So, let's see what else breaks. Let me see. Game object. Okay, so apparently this compiler really loves having that new line at the end of file. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Display.c10 from main 12. Okay, so display.c, line 10. That's just an include. What's wrong with the include? Conflicting types for game object. Previous declaration of game object was... No, it wasn't. What are you talking about? Game object was declared in its header file up here. Alright. Okay, so we got a game object. Everything's defined in here. That should default true. Oh, I guess I was thinking ahead when I made this. I'm gonna need that later. So game object is being included, and then as a struct, game object struct. No new line in the file. Okay, I fixed that. Let's try again. ISO found. Come on. Okay. Now this is even more broken than it was before, and I have no idea why. Clean's happening. Sigwin. Okay, Sigwin is complaining. I don't know why. There we go. Conflicting types for game object. Okay, let's look up what's going on here. See conflicting types error. So let's see. Apparently, I wasn't declaring, or I was using a function before declaring it somewhere. which doesn't make a lot of sense. I shouldn't. You know what's going on? Where is that happening? GameObject. Previous declaration of GameObject was here in a file from main C12. Was it though? Let's see. Main C12. Yeah, that's the include line. Go to display 10. GameObject. Is it because they're both? No, because they're both also including JO Engine and nothing from JO Engine is breaking. Something I'm doing. Let's see. Previous declaration of GameObject was here in file included. Okay, let's try this. Let's just try commenting out that line and see where this goes. Didn't think that would work. In function my draw. Warning. Passing argument of 1. JO Engine camera look at discards. Qualifiers from pointer target type. Oh, what? Well, I feel like we're making progress because this feels like fewer errors. Display.c, line 33. At cam. Cam should be a constant. Constant JO Engine object. Maybe it being a constant is enough for it to carry over. I don't have to declare it twice. Like I said, I'm relearning C while I'm doing this. So, what broke this time? Am I'm declared. Well, okay. Declare it back again. Constant. JO camera. Cam. Include. JO/JO. JO/JO. Yeah, so it's initialized. It's initialized. What is the problem? Sigwin. Thinking about memory again. Discards qualifiers from pointer target type. Oh, let's look that up. Discards. Well, let me just mark this. See, this shouldn't be a problem because it's a constant. It's a constant, and it's a constant over here. Okay, so this is something to do with the fact that I'm using a pointer, and I'm trying to manipulate aspects of that pointer as a constant. Boy. Crap. Okay, so I don't know why this suddenly starts happening just because I'm using multiple. Is it because I started using the camera as a constant? Is that what broke it? So I should be able to declare constant and use that for the camera. Maybe... No. No, I should be able to use a constant in both places. It should work. Problem is, the JO camera, I'm pointing to a struct here. I'm pointing to a struct, and then I'm trying to use the pointer to the object not as a struct. So if I... Let's go back over to JO 3D camera look at in the documentation. Let me see. JO 3D camera. Is it in here? There we go. Camera look at. Constant cam. It's looking for a constant camera. Why is that not working? Am I declaring it wrong? Let me see. Where am I doing that? Instead of at cam, should it just be cam? That sounds wrong, but no, can't be. I think this is another instance where it would be instructive for me to go back into XL2's code and see how he handled it. I think that's just going to be like half my evening tonight, is just looking at XL2's code and seeing why what I'm doing is breaking. So he declares a camera somewhere in here. So what's the JO camera? Somewhere in here is a JO camera. If it's not in his main thing, well, it doesn't even show up here, which is my first clue. I probably shouldn't be doing things the way I'm doing. Let's go into his display class. Find JO camera. It's there. It's just... It's not even a constant. That actually kind of bothers me, because shouldn't it be a constant? Should it... Okay, let's play it that way. Okay, let's not do it as a constant. Let's keep the declaration purely inside of display. Display is the only person, or the only class, that gets to handle the camera. So main gets no camera access. That means, let me see, where are we looking at? Okay, so, I mean, camera angle, camera position. I should turn that into player angle and position since it's first person application anyway. Move cam. Move cam. So move cam is already moved away. Initialize camera. There we go. I'm going to make a function in here that just, all it does is, let me start commenting. Let me see. Draws object according to coordinates and rotation. Alright. But what I came here to do was to make a camera initialization function to be run on startup. Alright. And all that's doing is going to be void start cam void. Alright. It's all it does is it just starts the camera. And now I remove any reference to the camera. The camera stays inside of display.c. Let's see if that broke anything. Okay. Well, those errors disappeared. Now I get to deal with the other ones. Objects, undeclared, first use in this function. 43 and display. Draw object. Objects. And then draw object. Looks for a game object, which should be included in the header file. Objects. Oh, okay. Objects. Is that a constant? Oh. Maybe it'll work this time. So this should carry over to display. I hope. I hope. Okay, did I break anything? Objects undeclared. So, maybe I need to move this into the header file itself. So it's GameObjects.h is the one that's actually handling all the game objects. All right. See if that breaks it. Okay. Display.43. Warning. Passing argument 1. Draw object discards qualifiers of. Okay. Oh, I don't need it to be a constant because it's in the header that's included everywhere. So the header itself should handle it. Hopefully it doesn't repeat itself. Okay. Camera angle undeclared. First use in this function. First off, we can get rid of all this extra space. Okay, I keep using these constants and they keep not working, and one of them eventually has to. Like, I would think. Initialize camera positional variables. Okay. So in the main function, they're initialized, and they probably should be. Creates a cube object. There we go. Cube game object. Let's copy this over into, where does it need to be? I mean, to be honest, camera position, I think that itself, like, I think I don't need to be putting it here. I think I did. Initialize camera positional variables. Okay. I don't think I need the constants. I think I just need to track them in their own folder or file, whatever. Every time I try to use a constant, it just doesn't work out for me. Right? It's here. It's game object, handle input. That's going to be split off later. Let's see if this works. That looks like fewer errors. Syntax, display 27. It's display 27. Game object. Game object should be already declared in GameObject.h. This should still work. Why doesn't it work? Syntax error before token. Okay, so that line that I commented out should be... Here's the game objects. Here, let's try that. Is this going to break it? Is it going to say, oh, we don't need another one of these? Freaking Sigwin giving me errors again. Okay. Conflicting types for game object. Previous declaration. So yeah, I can't do that extra thing. The include statement from here should be enough, or that, or I need to do. I keep doing this and it keeps being the wrong answer, but it being a header file, I think it has to happen. That means I should be able to use the same include statement over here. I mean, is templates even doing anything anymore? Well, it's still, yeah. Okay. What else is going to break when I do this? Conflicting types for GameObject, GameObject.h. So, let's see. What arguments take in a GameObject? Let's see if this helps. This is going to have to be constant. Maybe I think constant's not the right word here. I think it needs to be a global. Maybe that's what I keep screwing up. Global. If it takes a global value, that's basically what I'm trying to get at here anyway. No, I mean, it's already implicitly global, so... Thing is, if I try to, every time I use this include statement, it's going to end up... Let's get rid of the constant. Doing me any good. Means any of these changes that I did for GameObject, assume constant is wrong. Okay, here. Let's save. So this is a reasonable number of errors. I just have to figure out how to fix the GameObject problem. Conflicting types for GameObject. Previous declaration GameObject was here. Conflicting types. Okay, yeah, I was definitely doing constant wrong. I meant to make it a global, but the problem is... let me see. Clear. Let's see. There's got to be a way of handling this. So I can't... I need to include the GameObject header. I also need to find a place to start keeping track of GameObjects themselves. I might have to move GameObject, the array, back over here, but I'm sure that's going to create its own set of problems. Because I still need to be able to access this guy over here. Unless I need to do another thing where I just, you know, cast a... No, that I need to be able to take this function here and apply it to the GameObject. Oh, wait, static. Let's see. See, maybe I was being extremely stupid. Maybe I needed to make it static. Oh my goodness, I'm so stupid. That would have saved me so much trouble. Let's try that again. Where did I move it? Still here? Array of game objects. Okay. Static. This doesn't need to be here. Static. Static. It's not changing. Well, I mean, it's allowed to change, but it's not. It's keeping its value. Conflicting types. Previous declaration of game object. What? What is going on? I'm declaring it. Static. So yeah, it should retain its value. Why do you complain about this? What's going on? Conflicting types of GameObject. Previous declaration of game. Oh, it's not the. I don't know. I was reading that wrong. It's not the objects. I mean, this is probably what I need to do anyway. Actually, let me go back over to display and do that to the camera as well, because I just want one camera. Hopefully that won't break anything. No new line in end file. Really? Still? Okay. Empty body and if statement. That's just a warning. I can ignore that. That was intentional. I meant to do that. Conflicting types for objects. Previous declaration of objects was here. That's a static. You shouldn't complain about that. That should not be a problem. I'm thinking that that's going to clear up once I clear up this GameObject issue, but the conflicting types for GameObject, I don't know what's up with that. This is a header. I'm defining the struct here. I don't know where else I can define it. It should be defined here. I don't know what's going on. Huh. Alright, so I have to think for a second. Think how I'm gonna handle this. Finding a type. I'm defining it in the header. Is it being called? Okay, let's try it this way. And somehow this is probably gonna end up breaking it. And this guy. Do I need to have like a master header? Just have everyone refer to that and just have that header itself? Because no, then the problem would repeat itself. If I include a header, I should be able to just use it. Including this twice shouldn't cause this thing to try and be declared as a struct twice. Or defined as a struct twice. Let's try it anyway. Sure, this is gonna break the game. Yep. Syntax error. That means it doesn't know what a GameObject is because display didn't include a GameObject header. But if I include it, I run this, and it's saying conflicting types. Conflicting types. Header. Huh. Okay, so I learned something new today. It's so what's going on is I need to break this off into an if statement and say, if this has already been declared, don't re-declare it. Let's see, header if defined. Let's see, include guard. So let's try it this way. Hashtag Octothorpe not dollar sign, whatever. Octothorpe if and def. Let's try GameObject. So if this is not defined, it will execute this, and then end if. And if it doesn't do it, then it doesn't do it. See if that works. Sigwin, stop it. That didn't work. Let's see. I probably could have written this better then. I think I need to write GameObject. This is, I guess, this is the convention for how to do this. Define object H. I hope this is for C and not C++, because otherwise I'm just mixing languages and getting it wrong. Okay. Oh, it's compiling. Oh, it's not compiling. Because the ISO wasn't found. Oh, it looks like the, Please compile first. Why isn't it compiling? Wait a minute. Is it because it's not... Let's see. Clean, compile. I don't see the ISO. Why is... Okay, maybe the compile. Something's wrong there. Is it pointing to the wrong folder? Let's see. Oh, this all looks right. Is my makefile not including everything that needs to be included? Maybe. Okay, display.c, templates.h. Let's include the headers because, you know, everything's breaking anyway. Object.h. Let's see if that helps. What? Did it somehow break worse? Templates. No such file directory. Place.h. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think I broke something. Okay, let's never do that again. Never use the header files and your source in the makefile, because it just deleted it when I tried to ran clean. Okay. Try that again. Tell me what went wrong. Multiple definitions of camtar. Really? 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 Okay, everything is static. Everything I need to use is static. That won't break anything. Alright. This is static, that's static. Everyone gets a static. Let's try this again. Oh. Nope. Multiple definitions of draw object. That is a function. Draw object is a function. Why are there multiple definitions of it? No, there's just one definition. I see the single definition of it. Display. Huh. Maybe the include statement was not necessary. Body and if statement. Okay. Undeclared. Okay. No, maybe it was necessary. But then it'll try to compile, but then it'll say multiple definitions of draw object. First defined here. My draw, move cam start. It's saying multiple definitions of these guys. Because I included in here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's try this. It's only the main. Oh, it's running. Okay. So, changing the makefile was a mistake there. I didn't need to change the makefile. So about like an hour, 10 minutes into the stream. Oh, wow, that's actually running remarkably well. Okay. Guy behind me working. Yep, there he is. Displayed polygons is still acting oddly to me. I don't know why it says 0. Right. You know what I need to do? I need to reverse the controls of forward, back, and Z and C. But I mean, I'm probably gonna end up doing that anyway, whatever. So I believe that's X rotation, Y rotation, Z rotation. Yep. And I'm not getting any of those weird display errors anymore that I saw last time, so that's good. I don't know what changed there. But, okay, so an hour in, we've accomplished not but splitting off our functions into different files. So I'm guessing the main file is going to be massive. Let's see. So the header, GameObject is its own header. It's got a static list of these guys. Static int num objects. And that's just going to be the number of objects. Let's see. I got to declare an empty. Because right now, before I get into things like object interaction, I'm cleaning up the code so that it's more functional. So I can start creating and destroying stuff at will. Which is why I'm doing all the splitting off and making sure everything is compartmentalized as possible. So if something breaks, that only that one thing broke, and as long as I fix that one thing, other things won't cascade and get worse and worse and worse. So, let's see. In C, I want to declare an empty pointer array. There you go. Empty array. What I'm going to do is when I create oh, this is gonna be fun. Check this out. So, I'm gonna create, let's see. Create, object at specified location. Use GameObject. When I actually this function, create cube, should already be here. I don't know why it's over there. I should have split it off over here when I started splitting off. There we go. So we got create cube, GameObject. Okay, okay. RX, RY, RZ. So what I'm gonna do Oh, okay. This is good. This is good. So what we're going to do is we're going to dynamically create a list of objects that we have. So it's going to start out empty. That's why there's 0 of them. When I create a cube, I'm going to give it an ID. So ID equal, well, I'm about to break the code, but it's for the better, so, you know, whatever. Okay, so there's, I don't need a pointer anymore. I just need an integer ID. Okay. Cube arrow ID equal to ID. All right, that makes sense. That means I need to declare it up here. Okay. It's just going to be an integer. Okay. You know what? No, I don't even need to do that. So what I'm going to do, let me see, number of objects right now is 0. When I create an object, it's going to be num objects plus 1. So when I create a cube, it's going to, no. Num object is going to increment. Num object plus plus. Oh, wait. Does that work in plain old C? Forget if that works in plain old C. Oh, whoops. I should probably be displaying the code. Okay, my bad. I forgot to go back. So, what I ended up doing, for those of you who managed to sit through all that, my apologies. What I did is I took this create cube function from the main folder, or from the main file, and split it off into GameObject.h. And what I'm doing is I'm creating an object ID and a list of objects. So what's going to end up happening is it will dynamically allocate memory and create the object essentially on a button press. So num object plus plus, cube ID is now num object. So what I'm gonna do is malloc myself some memory. So we got to initialize the object. That's going to be GameObject cube. All right. And we increment number of objects. And okay, just okay, just a moment. I gotta fix something. Okay, so back to it. We have the cube object. We increment number, create cube. We need to malloc ourselves enough room for cube, so let's go over to the documentation. Find ourselves, where's our malloc? Not here. There we go. So Okay, where are we at? Reduces memory usage. Now let's try that way. Okay. We're going to use JO_malloc with behavior. We're trying to... I feel like I'm not going to be too graphic, or I'm probably going to be more memory intensive than computationally intensive on this one. So let's try unsigned int, and that's going to be, n would be the size, so we'll do size of GameObject. Right. And then behavior would just be JO_malloc try use same block size, and oof. Okay, dang it. Okay. Why is there so much white? Oh, okay, there we go. There we are. All right. So malloc with behavior. That will be. Oh, we got to expand our array. So let's see, we're gonna malloc ourselves. Oh, okay, I see what we're doing here. This should be, let's iterate the number of objects up front. And then, objects, the list of objects. Should equal the new malloc, where we do, num objects times the size with malloc try use same block. So that's going to be like the most, according to this should be the most memory efficient way of doing this. It's going to try and reuse as much the same block size to reduce fragmentation and whatnot. So once we have that, objects has been resized with an increased number of objects, we can then declare. Let me see. How was I doing this before? Make sure I'm not. So I was already giving it. I was giving it a. How do I add stuff to objects? Fix that index. So when I call objects, I give it a location. I give it and that, or create cube, and that was already a Oh. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure if I should treat this as a list of objects or a list of pointers to objects. Should be a list of objects. Yeah, this looks right. That means objects, num object should be equal to a new declaration called cube. And then we just apply stuff to cube as always. And then, let's see, Rx, Ry, Rz. Now we can initialize those to 0 now, because we're gonna find a different way of messing with that. When we spawn them, 0 rotation. The only thing we're doing is we have to spawn them in a location. So hopefully, I'm sure in some way or another I'm doing this wrong, where one of these guys has to be a pointer. One of these guys or another, I don't know. Oh, actually, since I'm already malloching this thing, I don't need to I'm already malloching this thing enough, so malloching already gives me a location in memory. Oh, crap, that's bad. There we go. I don't need to initialize a new thing. I can just take this guy and plug him in where he needs to go. So I should probably control H this, but I'm certain I'm going to break something. So let's see. Quads. Q and V, the quads. When I'm calling these guys V and Q, when did they come up? Metal crate 1, metal crate 2. So what I should do to be compatible with my templates is have the string here, char name. And that will give me my that will go into templates and find thing is this going to be able to see templates.h? Well, templates already has calls to that, so let's have this guy make a call to templates. Also, let's probably have this guy make calls to GameObject just to be safe. Let's see, GameObject vertices. Actually, where do we call these guys? This guy can be split off too. Where's metal crate? Handle input, main object. Metal crate, metal crate, metal crate, metal crate. Initialize geometry, metal crate. Crate cube. Okay, so these guys. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. So I just need to do an include statement here, and should be good. So templates.h. Right. So then if take the char name, okay, so that means no, you know what? Now I think about it, parsing strings to find variable names seems like a mistake. So let's undo all of that. That's gone. GeoEngine stays. But then these guys, the oh, there we go. So the verts and the quads stay. I'm just gonna have to call them as I see them, or what have you. Keep the include. I'm sure that's useful somewhere. It will be if it isn't. Let's see. Vertice, quad, XYZ. Alright, so increase number of objects, malloc the object, so now the new object start writing to. And then now let's destroy a cube. Or not just a cube, destroy object. Destroy object. This is no longer create cube, this is create object, because this is generalized now. If I put in any list of vertices and quads, it'll work. This is going to create a game object and add it to the objects array. Alright. And then destroy object, explicitly destroy underscore object. And I'm just going to do the ID. I'm going to find out which ID I want, destroy it, and then I'm going to automatically move. Okay, well first let's destroy the object. So what we're going to do is first off, we're going to have to create a move function before we create a destroy function. So let's create a move function, or a copy function. Copy object. Oh, come on. E to int destination. This is going to copy object from ID to destination ID in object array. So hopefully this is as simple as saying objects. We're going to overwrite a pointer with another pointer. Thing is, if we have two pointers to the same thing, is that going to... You know what? Maybe this should just be clone object. Clone object. So... And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this entire... basically everything about it. Including the vertices. Okay, first off, let's do an intelligent... we're going to turn num object into destination. Dang it. Always in selection. Why would it ever not be in selection? Okay. Control H. Let's try that again. Only in selection. Crap. Okay, so we're going to find num object and replace it with destination. I should probably spell correctly. Destination. What is that? Destination. There we go. Fingers crossed this won't break anything else. Okay, good. And now we're going to do that. Better idea. Okay. No, that was better the way it was. Just have to replace that with ID. This one's a little bit less automated. Okay, and they're just gonna have to do RZ. Dang it, I hate that. RY, RX. Oh, wait. I just caught myself mistake here. Should be all. Stop that. Huh. This gets to be RZ, RY, RX. EX, EY, VZ. Okay. We got X, EX. Okay, everything should be cloned. ID number should stay the same because ID number is actually how I'm tracking where stuff is in the array. It's kind of like a redundant feature, but whatever. Vertices should be cloned. So ID, 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 so that's just okay. So what we're doing is we're just cloning from one location to another. And what we're doing that for? Let me go ahead and make sure this should be V. Keep with the notation here. Hopefully that's yep. Okay, all that's done. So that's the create object, and that will automatically give ourselves some memory and place it at the end of the objects list. We want to clone an object. We basically completely copy one over into another. I'm hoping that this will act like the pointer that it is and only copy that single pointer value and not screw up something else. Now when we want to destroy an object, first what we have to do is clone last object into destroyed objects location, and that's as simple as taking let's see, we have current ID, that's just ID. So, well, ID is now the destination because that's the object that we're cloning into because we're about to get rid of it. And what we're actually going to do is take a number of objects. Okay, now that I think about this, number of objects -1. Yeah, whenever that shows up, I actually have to do -1 now. I keep forgetting. We start counting at 0. Oof. I almost made a boo-boo there. Off by 1 error. Alright. Vertices. And then vertices, yeah, these are pointers. So, makes me feel better. So, number of object -1. So if I have 10 objects, I'll go in array object 9. And I'll clone it into whatever one I'm destroying. So let's say I'm destroying object 0. So 9 gets copied into 0. And then we're going to free the memory. We free the memory of the object, and that's going to look like, let's go in the documentation. JO free, function frees memory space pointed to by pointer, which must have been returned by previous call to jail malloc. It must have been returned by previous call to jail. Okay, I think this already qualifies, because I'm mallocing everything that gets created in here anyway. So, JO free, what are we freeing? Constant void, constant p. Okay, that should just be a pointer. So a pointer to a struct should still be valid. So let's do objects. Free memory of last object, because the last object has already been copied. Num object. That should be brackets. Wait a minute. Okay, there's no more objects. Num object -1. And now we resize objects. So num object -. And then we're gonna have this line again. We're just gonna resize. And since we're taking away some memory space, I don't think we have to try to reuse the same block because we're not allocating new memory. We're taking it away. We can just do fast allocation. I'm sure that'll be fine, which means default behavior. That's just JOmalloc with I'm just kind of thinking with a little bit of optimization in mind. Now, I guarantee this is not going to work the first time I try this. Something is going to break. So let's just see what happens when I... okay, let's save this. And in main C, when I try to create an object... Okay. So let's just create a cube. Create object. This is going to be... let's try to do the center cubed. 0, 0, and 500. Let's not bother giving it any rotation. Let's just comment that out. And these guys I'm going to comment out but leave because I want to know where I put them before, so I just keep them in the same place. Let's see, middle create V, middle create Q. So vertices and quads for that, so it knows what to draw. Okay, let's go over to Mednafen and see if this actually did anything. Oh, of course it didn't. What broke? Let's see. In function create up. Num object undeclared. Num object undeclared. Let's see. Num object. Is that actually... Did I actually forget to... No! Oh. Oh. Well. Keep track. Object. So I just drop the S like almost every time. So here we go. Cross your Q's and dot your I's or what have you. Try that again. Oh, that looks... Nope. Nope. Okay, what broke this time? Everything. My god. Okay. In function objects. Undeclared object. Okay. Double check everything. Object. Okay. Which means nothing is declared, which explains all these errors. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. What else is wrong here? Incompatible types in assignment. GameObject, line 48. Size of GameObject pointer? Maybe that's compatible types assignment. Seems like, yeah, it seems like object should be a pointer. Now let me see if I'm doing this right. Let me see. So, just to do this in a way that I'm sure will be okay. Let's see. Is there a realloc that I need to be... no, that's fine. Alloc should be working right. Okay. So... let's say... What? Why is this not working? Huh? Okay. So, this is a pointer. This should work. So the pointer should allow it to act like an array. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, Sigwin is just being stupid. And let's see. Invalid argument of type. Okay, now I can't use the arrows anymore because reasons. Do I need to put like a little... Let's see, where's the first time that error comes up? Line 51? Oh, here, okay. Let's see if this fixes it. If I just, a little and in front of it. Invalid type of argument, okay. Let's try, put the and in the dot. Yeah, that works. 51. Come on. Invalid value in assignment. What? Right, that way. Oh, wait. That error went away. Okay, so I found the way to do it. I just have to rewrite everything. Okay. Luckily, we have find replace. So we find replace arrow with dot. In selection, replace all. That should do it. See if this compiles. Okay. Destroy object. Object's undeclared. Because it's not objects, it's object now. Because, yeah. Any other complaints? Each undeclared identifier is reported only once. Okay, that's 116. GameObject 40. Redefinition of num object. What? Wait, what line was that? That's line 40. Static int num object. Okay, so it's a static int. Where else does it come up? I'm incrementing it here, but I'm not redeclaring it. It never gets redeclared. It just gets incremented up or down. I should put a massive if, you know, if num object greater than 0, just because if I let it do what it's trying to do when things are negative, things are gonna get stupid. Yeah. All right. I mean that wasn't the reason why that wasn't compiling. That was just something I just caught. Destroy objects. Objects undeclared. Okay, yeah. Well, maybe that's okay. Redefinition of num object. It's a static int, right? So why is it? Why doesn't it like line 40? Redefinite. Okay. Where else is it? Where else could it possibly be? It's a static. Once it gets declared, it's already declared. It doesn't get redeclared. Let's see here. Okay. Let's move this into our top level declaration of stuff that we want to protect. See if that helps. For the multiple declaration things. Sigwin being stupid. That's a surprise. Okay. Incompatible types for argument JO free. Really? I can't free memory with JO free? What's the issue here? JO free object. Do I need to put like and? Yeah, okay, yeah, I probably do. Yeah, that makes sense. Try that. Okay. Redefinition of create object. Are you freaking kidding me? Do I have to do this for every freaking... Oh my... No, that doesn't even make sense. I should have to throw static in front of every function I define in a... Let's see, who includes GameObject? Display includes GameObject. C includes GameObject. Templates does not. As far as I know, the only thing that includes templates is C. Okay. Why? Do I just need to throw this around the entire freaking thing? Alright. Let's just header guard everything. Why not? Alright. Objects undeclared because it's object. Oh my god. How often am I going to keep finding these spelling errors? Display 47. This should be a for loop. Yep. This should be a for loop. For int index okay. Index equals 0. Index less than num objects, right? Alright, okay, there we go. Index plus plus, and then we're gonna draw object. I like writing like that. There we go. Draw object, and this is gonna be for index. I'm sure this is gonna break somehow. I don't even doubt it anymore. How does draw object happen? Sounds right. It's kind of funny the vertices never actually get called. I don't know what's up with that. Jeez. Draw object. Objects. Index. Yeah, that should work. That should work. Anything else? Objects undeclared. Display 47. Oh. The thing I came here to fix isn't fixed. Okay. Empty body and if statement. That's on purpose. 47, 47. Was that the end of the actual errors? No, main.80. Save this, go to main.80. Objects, plural. Okay, let's fix that. Okay, so I know that one of these two guys is going to break, and I think I know which one. So this one doesn't have the and, or the ampersand in front of it, and this one does, and I think it doesn't need it. So, try again. Of course. No new line at end of file. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. What are you talking about? Game object. Oh. Why does that keep happening? Jeez. All included. Yep. No new line at end of file. Yeah, that again. Error my draw. Num object undeclared. It is inherited from game objects. And this is in display, so I probably need to include game objects in display if it's not already. It is. What is up with that? It's declared? Num object is declared. Is it num object dull? Did I make a typo there? Yep. Yep. What happened? Sigwin. God, just keep finding more and more of these errors. But after this, I'll be able to create freaking blocks with a button press. As soon as this works. Before index. Okay. Enlighten me. What is this error? I declare an integer. How could that possibly be a problem? Syntax error before index. Where's the syntax error? At top level. Syntax error before numeric constant, line 54? I don't get it. Oh. Is this it? It didn't, I don't think it's it. Really shouldn't be it. Draws information on screen. Okay. Try this again. Display, line 49. Where is the syntax error? Or index? Am I don't have to instantiate. I don't have to initialize it with a value. I can just call it an int and be done with it. I don't know why it's bothering me with this. Okay. Listen. Syntax error before. There's a semicolon and everything. These are your comments. This is a blank line. It's a semicolon. Why does it have a problem before? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was the typo. There was an L there, and I didn't put a semicolon. That is aggravating. Okay. Gamepad input. Empty body. Draw. Incompatible type. Okay, that's the that should be the last real error. Okay, display C 51. Incompatible type. Draw object. And what does draw object depend on? A pointer. All right. And. Oh, is this thing gonna run? Hey, it's gonna run. We're back in. So if stuff got done right, there should be a block in the center of the screen. And there's not. But, okay, what's going on? Like, the game loop is not even starting. There's no input. Okay, chances are, I think I probably broke the engine somehow, making it so that it doesn't know what to do anymore. Which is a problem. It looks like a cube got drawn. 24 vertices and a polygon is there, but it's not running. Because something weird is happening. I think it has something to do with the malloc. Let's just try plain old malloc. And thing is, free. I don't destroy an object. I just create an object. So let's do a print statement sheet here a little bit. So lines 5 and 6 around this object creation. So this guy gets created, and then the main loop. Index equals equal. Oh, okay, that's a problem. Oh my god. Yeah. There's the problem. It was trying to look for objects that didn't exist, because I hard-coded it in. This is what I'm trying to get away from. And then, what changed here? Nothing changed here. I'll save it anyway. Oh. Keep forgetting to move back into scope. Okay, so yeah, what happened here was that this num object here was the number 4, and I had only created one object down here. So, pretty sure the game was crying trying to find something that didn't exist. So let's compile and run again in Mednafin. There we go. Let's see. There should be a square in the middle of the screen. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, I forgot to change the controls. I'll do that soon enough. But the game is running, and the object is being created as I wish it to. So now we're going to do something fun. We're going to create an object. Let me see. So the easy part is going to be creating the object. Then I'm going to figure out how to destroy it. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to map a creation to one of the buttons. So here. Isn't that neat? Okay, so I'm going to change what's going on here. C is... I think C is go backwards, and now I want down to go backwards, so I'm going to do this. What is going on? And then down used to be descend, and now I want C to descend. And then ascend is currently up. I'm going to move that over to Z. And move this, what Z was mapped to move forward, and that's going to go back to up. And this, instead of doing, well, it's going to create a metal crate, but it's going to do it at camera target. So camtar 0. I might end up moving camera target a bit further away based on this. Because before it was, we chose 100, and that was just to make sure that the camera target was far enough away where I could control the angle after it gets cast down to an int. Because if it was just camera target was like 1 unit away, then I could only make right turns with the camera, which would be wouldn't be fun. But 100 away, I think, is plenty far enough away. Maybe I might want to make it closer. I'll just have to change camera target location down here, these two numbers. So, let's go. Head to fin. Alright, so if I press A, there is a cube, and, oh boy. Now the game is frozen. That's weird, because all I did was I moved the declaration up. I didn't make too many cubes, and, the other buttons aren't responding. That's a problem. And I think camera target might be a little bit too close anyway. So first, let's move camera target back. Let's call it, 150. Should be fine. And inputs look like they're being handled fine. Let me, look, the compiler's complaining about these guys, so let me just comment them out anyway, just to be safe. What is the problem? The camera target is where it's supposed to be, and then I'm using the camera target to place an object when I press the A key. Right? Metal crate. Metal crate is defined in this include statement. Why does it not? Okay, let's wrap this and do that thing I was going to do before, where I bug check by taking. Well, I don't need this line. Well, no, I'll keep it. keep these guys and refer to them later. I'm going to cheat by taking one of these print statements and wrapping it around this create object. So we'll do line 5 is making a box, or what is it? Making a metal crate. 1. And then made a metal crate 1. Okay. Somewhere in this process, things are being broken. So let's see if I can at least get past the create object function. Okay, if F5. Yep, Saturn. Okay. So I can move around, climb, descend, rotate the camera. When I press A, I create the cube, and I made the crate. And now, looks like the game's not updating or something. I don't know what happened. As soon as I spawn the crate, the game crashes. Not responding to controls anymore. So this is handle game input, and then let's add another line after handle the game input. Handled input, and then here I'll just say moved camera, drew objects. Oh, whoops. I keep forgetting to go back into scope. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry, Yusef. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what's going on. What's happening is that I have mapped a creation of a metal crate to the A key. So when I press A on the controller, crate pops up on the screen. Problem is, the game is freezing immediately afterward and not responding to controls, so I'm adding these print statements here and then down here to see at what point does the game stop listening to me. Let's see. Maybe it's this for loop. Maybe this for loop is the issue. Maybe the null objects. Let's see. So velocity should be 0. So let me. Yeah, let's do manipulating object percent 4D, and that's going to be num object. Let's see what happens when we compile this. Back into mendefend, and this time I'll remember to go back. Oh, and it broke. What happened this time? No ISO. Oh, Sigwin is being stupid. Okay, that was just it. That was... Every once in a while, Sigwin just decides to throw a temper tantrum. Okay. Okay, so handle input, move camera, drew objects, right? Okay, that's great. That's fine. I should probably Okay, let's see what happens when I manipulating object 1. And the game crashes. Maybe does it get to the end of this for loop? Let's go back in and find out. Okay. I should probably spell that correctly. Manipulating object. This one. Manipulated. This is going to be line 10. And then line 11 is made it out of for loop. Let's wrap that in an if statement. If num object greater than 0, and we make it here left for loop, just to see what's going on. All right, let's try that again. Let's compile and run. All right, that's a good sign. So the entire screen is now going to be covered in freaking text now. Okay, I still have controls. I can climb, descend, rotate. Press the A button. Left the for loop. And I'm still handling inputs and what have you. What is up with that? It left the for loop. It's done. It's over. Why won't it respond to my controls? It doesn't make any sense. All right, let's go back in the code and see what happened. Well, these print statements are now completely useless. Well, not really, because now I can wrap them in these things. So after I create the object, they should be able to tell me. Okay, we're gonna find out where this game. It's probably in one of these. It's probably in draw objects or something. That's probably where it's happening. That's probably where it's crashing. I'm predicting that now. Let's start compiling and running. Okay, now we got, still got controls. Press A. Left the for loop. And after it left the for loop, it didn't do, okay, handled input, moved camera, manipulated objects. Left the for loop. Move the camera. Did it, it didn't say drew objects on line 9. Is that because I screwed up the order here? Let's go back and make sure I didn't screw up. Yep. Okay. Maybe I screwed up the order a little bit. So this should be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right. So right. Oh my goodness. Sigwin, if you don't stop complaining. Got like 48 gigabytes of RAM in this computer, and Sigwin's complaining about memory allocation or something. I'm sure it has something to do with my virtual memory. Okay, it drew the objects, so we made it. We made it. We made it out of the loop, and presumably we restarted it somewhere. But stopped handling my input. Is it... Is the loop somehow wrapping around somewhere? The for loop. It opens and it closes, correct? Right? So if I collapse this, yeah, the for loop there. There's the main loop. The main loop is the callback. So the main loop starts from the beginning after it's done, and then you know what? I think maybe this declaration of this index here might be a problem. Well, it shouldn't be, because the game is responding before I do any of this stuff. I don't think static is going to help. Let's try restarted for loop. Line 13. One of these things will one of these things will reveal what's going on with the code. Yeah, Saturn. Okay. Press A. It restarted the for loop. Huh. Okay, I'm actually totally lost here. I'm not sure how to fix this. Got to be some way around this. Apparently the for loop is being restarted after the number of objects has increased. But handle input is not being called or something. Maybe handle input is being broken. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. It seemed to work just fine for me. Up, down, left, right. This. Maybe I'll map B key to just wiping the screen of all the extraneous inputs. See if maybe that'll reveal something. Just do... That's plenty. Actually, let me just do string... No, that's fine. Fine. Just trying to do some stupid trick, but I don't think it's going to work out anyway, so... 6, 7... No. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... So, if I press A, I should create the object and stuff should happen. If I press B, I should be able to just, wipe the screen, right? Let's try it. Okay. B, well, that doesn't do anything yet. A, B. No, okay, no response. So, start a for loop, and then it'll go through all these things again. Oh, here's a funny thing. This mistake here is actually probably telling me something that I need to know. When I make a metal crate, I am overwriting camera target's output, and it's not getting rewritten. So something is happening between frames or something. Where I make a metal crate, and then it goes through all these motions. So if I, let me just move this over somewhere. And then we're going to go over to Notepad. Let's just close out, or just move this over here somewhere. So let's go through the logic here for a second. I am creating, well, here's the main game loop. Okay, start the loop after initializing everything. At the callback, start running the engine. Engine running starts the main loop. Main loop from the top. Create this index. I don't think it really matters. Let's see. Restarted the for loop. That's being written after number of objects increase, so that's not being run yet. For loop doesn't get triggered until we increase number of objects, which hasn't happened yet. Number of objects. Okay, there we go. Gamepad input. The first thing that happens. First thing that happens, I press A. It creates an object. Prints the statement over top of what the display over here, camera target, should be saying. That was a mistake of mine. I wasn't counting right. So that means that once I press this button, this gets written, the object's created, this gets written. We go back into our for loop outside of handle input. Handled input gets written. Moved camera gets written. Drew objects gets written. After the objects are drawn. Okay. Restarted for loop. So we're at the beginning of the for loop. We're manipulating objects. We are done manipulating objects. We left the for loop. We go back to handle the input. And, let's see. So where is the making metal crate 1 being drawn? And more importantly, in display, where does this come up? My draw. In my draw, this should overwrite what's going on over here. So what I need to do is actually need to make a counter. So let's make a counter out here. Or no, I can't. What I need to do is I need to find out why my draw there, this function right here is not being properly triggered. Because my draw, one of the things it should do after going through this list of objects and drawing all of them, which it is doing, it's drawing the object, it's on screen, is it should go through all these guys and redraw them. And as soon as I've drawn the object, not only does this line not get redrawn, I lose control, which means somewhere in here, it's not responding. And I'm thinking like it's not even getting this far. Maybe it's getting over here. Let's see. Let's do another print line. Just for the fun of it. Where is... Okay, restarted. It's line 13. Let's go to line 14. Drew object on line 14. So, close this down. And restart Mednafen. I swear. This crap right here. Sigwin's heap. It's because I'm on Windows, and Sigwin is not designed for this crap. But whatever. Just every couple times it just does that when I want to restart the emulator. Or when I want to compile, rather. Okay, I can still move. I press A. It drew the object. It got past the object. Why isn't it redrawing over line 5? It should be overwriting line 5 the same way line 5 was overwritten when I drew that, or when I made the crate. So, it drew the object. That's the indicator I was looking for. That means we got this far. We got this far. Why aren't we getting this far? Why is num_object? So we're including GameObject here. So num_object, this for loop should be done. Let's see. Let's do another line here. Line 15. Escaped. Escaped. My draw for loop. Okay. So if we've gotten this far, there should be nothing stopping us from getting this far, which is what's not this is not happening. We're not getting this far. So I need to know if we're getting this far. So once we've drawn the objects, I need to know if we're actually escaping this for loop, or maybe we're getting caught up here, but I don't think we are because we already drew this. So let's see. Oh, hi, Shane. Okay, press A. Escaped my draw for loop. That means we got out of the loop. We got out of the loop, and the game is still not getting to the part where we're redrawing line 5. This makes very little sense to me. Oh, sorry. Let me go ahead and get us back in there. We got this far. We escaped the for loop after the object was created, therefore we got through the drawing the object phase. So I'm just going to go ahead and start getting rid of all these print statements because they're not helping anymore. So I've got here. Why am I not getting here? Why is this not being recalled? And more importantly, why am I losing the loop, the game loop? You know what? I have an even easier way of testing to see how frozen this game is. Okay, let's get rid of all these checks. I don't need to keep drawing all this. I know what's going on to a point. Right? This guy's gone. This guy doesn't need to be here. This guy doesn't need to be here. And this guy doesn't need to be here. What I need to do is create a let's see. I'm going to create a top level variable here. I'm just going to call it static I don't know, int frame num equals 0. Okay, and then I'm going to do on the top of main logic loop, right? Let's display frame number. We're just gonna do frame num plus plus, and then printf statement. So we borrow that from here again, and let's get rid of that test game line and just start counting frames. frame number. We'll just do percent like 10D. It's gonna be like ridiculous number of frames. Should be running at 30 frames a second, so find out. Actually, this is gonna be you know, an interesting way of testing this anyway. See what speed I'm running at. What's my frame rate in the emulator? So let's go back over to Mendefin. Yeah. So we'll start the game loop, and we should automatically start counting frames. There we go. That's actually... It feels kind of fast. Oh, whatever. Yeah, press A. The game loop is frozen. Which is what I thought was happening. Something is catching the game loop and just stopping it in its tracks. NumObject is defined up over here. Starts at 0, and then it becomes 1 when I create an object. Is it because of the malloc? Is the malloc the issue? Maybe if I just do this. And set this to 1. And see what happens. Maybe the malloc is causing the game loop to freeze over. Oh, why do I keep forgetting to do that? Freaking every time. Sigwin is really getting on my last nerve today. Okay. What I did is I commented out the malloc, and I just set it so that object number would be like 1. So... Oh, the game just froze. Isn't that great? Why did the game freeze? I'm sure it has something to do with me setting number of objects 1, and now all the loops are initializing. Okay, let's just comment out, like, all of this. Get rid of... Try to drop all the for loops that I can, just to make sure. That's just physics stuff. I don't need to track that right now. Draw 3D... Well, I kind of have to draw the 3D objects. That's not optional. But what I can do is I can comment out the for loop and just draw one object. And I'm sure... We'll just draw the one object. Object 1, 0. My bad. Okay. It's over there. This is, you know, 1 minus 1 is 0, so that'll be object 0. That's not being called, that's not being called. You don't have to worry about that. It's going on here. So, okay, I should have dropped all the nested for loops inside of the game loop. So, let's see what happens when I switch over the emulator. My God, okay. I broke everything. Error, request for member ID in something, not a structure or a union. How did I break this? Was it that? See, I have to initialize an array of objects. I had this working before, and now I don't. Maybe this is it. Running? Oh, it's running. Okay, there we go. Stuck on frame 1. So without the for loops, for loops have all been commented out. It's still stuck on frame 1. And what does that mean? Means that the for loops weren't the problem. This guy's fine. This guy's fine. This guy's fine. The malloc wasn't the problem either. That's interesting. But something is stopping this thing in its tracks. Right? Find any commented code. See if I need to uncomment it in the display. Draw 3D objects. Oh, that would have... Yeah, that would have destroyed a name. Well, that's done. Let's not draw any cubes. Let's just create a cube without the drawing and see if this block of code is the issue. Let's see, do I have to change anything here? It looks like everything's okay. Alright. Oh, well, no compilation errors. Okay. I got control back, frames are counting. I created a metal crate. Oh, okay, we've located the problem. There we are. Back to the code. The one thing I commented out was the thing that was breaking it, and that was where is it? Display, draw object. Does draw object need a pointer, or let's see. Draw object, draw object, draw object. There we go. Maybe it does need a pointer. I don't know. But for some reason, let's just draw object. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. Oh, Sigwin. Incompatible type. Okay. No, this is an actual compilation error now. There's something magic about... Where is it? This for loop. This for loop right here. What is its problem? Object 0. Object 0 is what's being created here. And I believe it's being created because draw object is drawing the freaking object. I can see it when I draw it. GameObject, XYZ, RX, RY, RZ, drawing the quads. Well, this is more like, this is only 6 quads, huh? I should add a thing where it's counts the number of quads. Yeah, let me go ahead and add that now. So, int num quads, and then when I create a cube, okay, int num quad, And I'll just future-proofing this thing so that when I do objects with more than 6 quads, non-cubic objects, it'll still work. I'm sure this has something to do with me addressing the pointer wrong. That has to be it. Okay, so I'll fix that, which means over here should be go arrow num quad. Hey, I just noticed these arrows here. These arrows here, I believe, are not meant to be here anymore. Maybe. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's do this. Let's get rid of the pointer. Let's turn these into dots. Wait, no. I need the pointer. I need the pointer. Maybe I don't need these guys as arrows. Maybe they can be dots. Just notice that because these guys had to change earlier. Obviously, I don't know exactly what I'm doing right now, but I have an idea that because I had to change these earlier somewhere else, that these need to be changed here as well. Let's try again. Aye. Okay, X, not a structure, or it is a structure. Is it not a structure? Display, C32. Structure. Okay, it's a pointer to a structure. So, let's fix it like this. And, does that help? Doesn't help? Okay. Maybe I had to go back and change it. Maybe that wasn't it. Create object. Struct anonymous has no member named quad. Anonymous? What do we mean anonymous? 80. Numquad is an argument that then gets pushed into here, and numquad. Dang it! It's the S's again. It's always the S's. Attempt to compile again. Too few arguments in create object. Okay, that makes sense because I changed that. 5. Numquads. This is a crate. 6 quads. Let's make and the templates. Let's make a numquad in here. Int. NQ. NQ equals 6. All right. So okay, Mednafen. It's running. What changed? Oh, okay. Well, Okay, so basically because I disabled am I slowing down? I disabled the dynamic memory allocation, so pretty sure I'm just okay, I just crashed the game. Maybe I don't actually did I actually disable the dynamic memory allocation? I don't know why I was running that time. I don't know what I changed to make it run at all, if let alone better. Okay, well that's non-consequential. Huh. Main loop? Nope. Game object loop. What does create object do? It mallocs. It's malloking. Things are being mallocked. So let's run with Mednafen again. Just don't even need to recompile because I didn't change anything. Things are being mallocked. They're not being mallocked correctly though. The game object. Am I not looping through the game objects right now? I should be looping through the game objects and drawing each of them. If I draw one, I can still control everything. I don't know what's changed. Made a metal crate 1. Frames are still advancing. I should get like a frame count or something just to see what my speed is right now. Create another crate here. The first crate disappears. And, well, the number of polygons being displayed looks accurate now. That's just crazy to me. 6. So it looks like... So if I keep creating objects, last time the game froze. And it's slowing down right now. So something weird is happening in memory. I think I'm eating up all the memory with all these new cubes, and I'm not doing anything to fix it. So... You see that the frame rate is slowing to a crawl. Well, at least it does in my perspective. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining it. But it definitely, everything feels slower. Yeah, and then I crashed it. So, this looks like me not handling memory correctly somewhere. So first thing is, when I create a new object, increment an object, increase number of objects, and then I remalloc it. Okay, number of objects -1. So yeah, everything should be declared correctly, at least. This isn't being called yet. This isn't being called yet. So for the display should be looping through the number of objects and displaying each one individually. There's a problem there. I know that much already. I think this has something to do with me not handling memory correctly. So when I create a new object, maybe I need to, oh no. This is being created in the right location, and, you know, the velocities are being correct and whatever. Let's add another counter here. Let's do a let's put it on the same line. Let's count the number of objects as well. Object number. %10D. Okay, let's try that again. See what's going on with the number of objects. I think maybe what's happening is that it's registering way too many button presses, because I'm pressing the button and I'm not pressing it for one frame. I'm pressing it for several. So see, that's 2 objects right there. There's 7, 14. See, as long as I hold it down, I need to do on button lift up or something, you know? Let's see how many objects it takes for me to crash this game. 122. But it's only displaying one of them. But 122 are in memory, which is probably way too many. That's a lot of quads. 122 times 6, I don't know. So probably close to like 700 quads or so being stored in memory somehow. That's probably not efficient. I'm probably not doing this right, but first off, let's fix things. I don't think that's even the issue right now. Right now, I want to fix the issue where only one of these objects is being displayed. Apparently, the first one. So, let's see. Go back into display. My draw. Index 0, index plus plus. Let's just keep throwing print lines at the problem, see what happens. Let's do it line 1 or 2 or something like that. Line 1, camera angle, no. Doing just gonna write index in. Drawing object number percent. Apparently I can only handle 100 objects at a time, so I'll just do 4D. The templates, we don't need this print statement anymore. I don't even know what's on line 1 in Cat. Probably something. Oh, nothing. Okay, well. I'll leave that in there just in case. Okay, Medinfen. Pairing string. Oh, that's right. Let me go ahead and fix that. Object number 6. Drawing object number 0. I see it. See, it's... I'm going to make it wait like 10 frames every time I create an object. Yeah, 10 frames seems right. Assuming we're running at 30 frames. I don't know how to time this. I don't have a good sense of time for this one. Let's just do it every 15 frames. So it's either half a second or quarter second, depending. So what I'm going to do that is I'm going to do, in the main thing, I'm just going to do, there's a frame number. Static int last create frame equals 0 or minus 10 minus 15. Oh, I don't care. Minus 9999. So, oh, we know this is happening. I don't need these print statements anymore to tell me that. If frame number frame num yeesh greater than last frame, let's create frame plus 15. Right. Open bracket, close bracket, and then we're gonna do last create frame equal frame num. All right. Do that. That way it'll actually have to slow down. It won't create a million boxes at once every time I press the A button. Okay. So we got to add in some sort of timing implement that's a little better than this, but so this will do for now. Let me see. Let's create frame. Yeah, that should stop it from doing a whole bunch of stuff at once. What's stopping it from? Oh, well, I'll keep that. Display. Ooh, I know how we're going to do this. Starting on line 6. So 6 plus index. Drawing this in. Okay, yeah, that'll do. I mean, this is probably going to break it if I try to code too many objects, but for now it'll do the job. Back to Mendefin. Create an object, drawing object number 0, drawing object number 1. Number 0 is no longer being drawn. What's up with that? Press B. B should blank those print statements. Drawing object 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, that seems a bit fast. I'm going to change that to... Okay, well, the objects are all appear to be in memory. Good for them. Because I'm holding down the B button and I'm wiping, for some reason, line 5. Which I think was, yeah, that was the thing. Ugh, okay, let's go back in the code. First off, fix this. So let's do a for loop. I don't need a for loop. I just need to keep copying the same line over and over again. This is just a debug line anyway. Doesn't need to be good code if it's temporary. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So, okay. Huh. So, okay, we got the blanking going on, which is nice. We got frame count is slowing us down. Let's see if I can actually time it to the second, if it's actually running at true 60 frames. What else is going on here? Display. Object drawing. Why isn't it working the way I think it's supposed to be working? It's incrementing. Presumably it's drawing. When it creates the new object. Okay, let me see. Drawing. Is it going... For some reason, it's going to... It's updating to the very last object, I guess, that was created, where it's going to draw it. Well, let's go back into templates and remove that one line anyway, because I don't need print statements in this header file anyway. Put that 2, 3, 4, 5. That. And go back and blank 5 again. Give ourselves a little bit more screen space. Things are working the way we expect them to anyway. So, something to do with the way it's grabbing the information for the draw. My draw void. Okay, so it's manually going through this list. Object index. So it should be. And then draw object should ask for a pointer, right? Yeah. Seeing the X, the Y. And when I create said object, I'm creating it based off of target data, stock vertices, mquad. Mquad shouldn't change. So when I create objects, yeah, So wherever camera target is right now, it's not. I'm not writing a pointer to it, am I? That would be wrong. Oh, these are in. It's passed by value, so I'm passing by value. So I'm not writing a pointer to it. This should be right. This should be correct. So every time I make a new one, I'm writing the values for the new one. So instead of saying, drawing object number 4, so I'll just do number 4, or do object dot X, Y, and Z. And I'll display that on the screen. See what's going on with it. X. Let's just copy the code from this guy. There we go. So if I run this, go back over to Mednafen. Alright, so I make one object. It's putting that... Whoa! Okay, memory is... Okay. So I think we've located the problem here. Something fishy is going on with the memory. Whenever I write a new object, the old object gets completely mussed up. And I think it's because of that malloc statement. Okay. You know what? Yeah, I'm almost certain it's because of that malloc statement, now that I think about it. I think what's going on is that when I'm mallocing to reallocate new memory for the array, it's not just expanding it. It is, it's just creating just entirely new memory space. So what's actually going on is, I have an object. It's got an actual position, like object number 9 does right now. And then I try to make a new object. I say, okay, malloc, I need an object array big enough to hold 2 objects. So I say, okay, what do we do with the old one? I don't care. It's gone. The malloc's a new array. There's enough space for a bunch of different objects, and now it's just picking a place in memory to do it. And apparently this place in memory is constantly changing. I don't get that. I'm not sure what's up with that. That might be just garbage values or something. I honestly don't know. But the point is, it's not saving the actual what the stuff is made out of. So whatever was written in those objects is just like garbage data somehow. So I need to go back and see. Let's go into the documentation. and see if okay, we're already on malloc. That's good. 3 usage percent. Let's see. Try reuse same blocks. Okay. Dynamic memory allocator. Okay, maybe I'm just not using... Okay. I need to use malloc to expand an array. Let's see if I'm doing it correctly. See, this is a malloc, it's not a realloc, and I might have to build a realloc where I literally just copy a bunch of stuff in memory and then wipe it, but I don't think that is very efficient. What I think what I need to do is I just need to let's go back in the code. What I need to do is I just need to set an absolute maximum and just say let's see, we got to redefine a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a thing where we just say, let's see, objects. We're just gonna have to predefine this as like, we're gonna have to reallocate it. Let's see, increment object number. And we're just going to have to do this, say, we're going to have a maximum number of objects of... I think 1,000 is a good number for now. If I find out it's not enough. Okay. We're just going to... Okay, so let's try that. See how that works. Initializer element is not constant. 41. Interesting, what does that mean? Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to use this malloc later. I might, well, wait, well, first off, forget it. This feels like the wrong... I should be able to use malloc for something useful. I should be able to just allocate new memory. Just dynamically. I might have to write a realloc function on my own, which would be slow, I think, in terms of usability, because let's say if I have 1,000 objects, and I want to dynamically allocate 1,001 objects, I'm going to have to copy all those objects over in memory first, and that's... Basically, I'd be limited to half my memory space if I ever did that. So, yeah, whatever. Let's just do a fixed number of objects, and then see how that goes. Ugh. Oh, that's just Sigwin complaining. This is an actual error. Okay, maybe it's because I have an object array and I'm still calling it a pointer array. Oh boy. Incompatible types in assignment in line 123. Oh, well, yeah, let's not do this anymore. Oh, we definitely don't want a free memory anymore because we're not dealing with mallocs anymore. Let's try it again. Okay, that looks like it's running. My god, we're 3 hours in and I'm still dealing with memory issues. I just wanted to create objects on the fly. Nothing's displaying. Why? Why is nothing displaying? Hey, okay. That's a problem. Okay, frame num. Before anything, why didn't I at least get a printout of camera? Before anything, object should have been yeah, 0. There we go. Objects. Well, nothing there yet. First thing is just incrementing frame number. Why isn't? Why can't I at least see that? What's going on with the emulator now? Well, it's probably not the emulator. It's probably just me. It's something happened. Oh, this can move over into template. Load texture. There we go. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. I don't need this to tell me how to use this. Or well, I'll keep these. Okay, I'll keep it there. Just doesn't hurt. Add the callback, main loop. Why is this just not working anymore? I'm just telling it. There's going to be a potentially. Okay, let's try 100 game objects. Okay, let's be reasonable here. Maybe I just overloaded the memory. That was the problem. Okay, 1 object. 2 objects. Oh, there we go. 3, 4, 5. Okay, let me pull up the little clock thing over here and just start counting. See how many frames it takes to get to. Okay. Okay, 1450-ish. And in 5 seconds, it gets to 17. Wow. Okay, that frame rate is ridiculous. Obviously, that's... I'm sure there's a feature to lock the frame rate. I probably should do that. Well, anyway, this is working at the very least. I can create boxes. I think I'm accurately counting the number of polygons on screen now, which is new. That's a weird drawing issue. I'm not sure about that. This is weird. I don't know if that's emulator based or if that's engine based. I don't think that should be happening. But it's okay. Let's see how many I can actually take. So, memory is pre-allocated for a number of objects. But around here it's starting to slow down a bit. That's probably because I'm displaying a fair number of polygons on the screen. I want to see what happens if I try to break this guy. I'm going to take away these draw statements now. I know that this thing's working right, at least kind of is. All right. Slowing it down. Okay. Yeah, definitely slowing the engine down enough to actually see frames go by. See the drawing props update. I want to retry this test because I actually want to see how far I can push this thing before it breaks. So let me turn off all those superfluous draw statements. I don't need Let's see. What do I want to turn off? Camera angle. I mean, really, I don't even need the camera position and target anymore. I don't need any of this stuff. Get it, save some screen real estate, and I can always rewrite it if I actually think. I'm going to keep this here. This is a good metric I want to keep aside of. I don't need this anymore. Oops. Okay. What else is being drawn on the screen? Templates. Okay, nothing in templates is being drawn. GameObject does not draw on the screen because that would be bad practice anyway. All right. Let's one to bed defend. Let's actually stress test this thing and see how far I can push it. I need to know. Then I can just cap the number of objects I have anyway to that number, and then maybe a bit less to it's gonna be really funny is trying to do collision detection later on. Let's see, I'm already basically 3-ish hours into the stream, and I just now figured out how to split objects into the screen, like a pseudo debug mode. Oh boy, this is just... I'm definitely stressing the engine out here. See how many cubes does it take for this thing to actually go over the edge? It's definitely slowing down. Slowing down, but it's not braking. I think it won't out and out brake until I get to several objects. Now let's take off the limiters on this thing. Oh, hey Birdie. Yeah, you missed the last 3 hours where I was literally just struggling with memory issues and just how to freaking draw something on the screen without it breaking. Now I got it running, I can press a button to draw a box on the screen. And I'm going to take off the limiters. So that I can draw a box every frame. See how that works out for me. Alright, let's over to Medifend. Freaking Sigwin, if you do not stop. Like every other time I try to compile, Sigwin just complains about non-existent memory issues. Alright. Let's just draw a stupid number of boxes on the screen and see what happens. Okay, the game crashes at 103. Which I suppose explains why when I try to make it 1,000, it would complain. So what I'm going to do is I am going to cap the object number at 100, and I'm just going to make that like a constant. So we go into GameObject. Where's our... constant max objects equals 100. Put that at the top. Actual top. Put that over here. And create will not trigger if only if num objects or num object less than max objects. There we go. Just indent everything to make it good practice. There we go. Close the bracket. There we go. My guess is I am doing something very inefficiently. That's my first thought. Remember, I'm relearning C at the same time I'm learning how to use JO Engine, and JO Engine is not necessarily the most efficient way of programming on the Saturn. You have to remember, you should go over and look at some of Game Hut's videos. I'll actually let me link his YouTube channel. He's the guy that used to be a developer for Traveler's Tales. So he made Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic R, some old Genesis games like Mickey Mouse, blah 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 blah, Toy Story, some old licensed games. He did a lot of licensed games under Traveler's Tales. He talks about the stupid architecture in the Saturn and why it just like if you're the C programming language is great, but it's not the most efficient way of doing it. What I really should be doing, if I wanted to push the limits, is to straight up go in and write in an assembly and tell the different chips what to do. There's like a dozen different chips in the Saturn. There's like 2 CPU chips, 2 video chips, 2 logic chips. There's like a couple sound chips, actually. There's just a little bit of everything in there. And if you know how to do a lot of parallel programming and program the DSP and program a bunch of different stuff to do it at once, you should be able to do a lot more than what I'm doing. But right now, I'm just doing some bare bones stuff. I'm not considering what I'm not even doing any parallel processing. I'm pretty sure all of this is just being rendered on one emulated chip. But if you check out this guy's channel, if you look up his videos on some ridiculous programming tricks that he did on Sonic R, he did like software shading and transparencies on a hardware console, which is like an insane thing to do. Just him diagramming how he cut up different parts of the display on different CPUs for Sonic R is ridiculous, and he's way above my level right now. Right now, I'm just dealing in C, dealing with this engine, trying to see what this engine's tools can let me do. So let me see. So I think I accomplished part of what I set out to do, which is I made an object. And let's see if I can... I know what I'm going to do next. What I'm going to do is I need to find a way to loop through all the objects and find the closest one and see if it's within a threshold, and then I will select that object. And what's going to let me do is say, let's say I want to swing a sword or something like that at an object with a hitbox. I say, okay, I'm going to give you this coordinate where the sword's at, or where the sword's damage threshold is at, or something like that. I'm going to say, what is the closest object to you? I'm going to loop through all the objects, go through all of them, see if they're alive or not. And then I'll say, okay, this is the closest object. Is it anywhere near where the sword is? No. Well, then no collision happens. And if so, then I'll destroy it. In this case, I'm just going to do button press where the camera, or where the camera target is. So maybe I need to make like a floating pixel or quad or something like that. Floating sprite showing, hey, this is where you're looking at. Like a crosshair. I'll get around to that another time. Right now, I have to do the logic for like finding the closest neighbor. So let's do find closest object and return object ID. And that's just gonna let me that I just told you what the plan is gonna let me find out which object is even within which object is closest, and then which one is within my threshold. So actually, I'm gonna want to make two functions. One of them is gonna be find closest, and then once I find closest, I'm gonna do damage threshold. And I should probably do find closest along a direction or something. Oh, that's actually very good information. I could actually use some help fixing that. Let me go ahead and fix that right now. What category should I be under? I thought I already had this thing all set up. Thanks for that, Birdie. me go onto my dashboard and maybe I can fix that while I consider how I'm going to approach this. So, oh, okay, crap. Category. So let's do... Game... Well, that's the problem is, I don't think there's a good, Maybe I'll just call it basic programming. Game development. There we go. I got tags and I got a category now, so maybe that will, educational game. Oh, whatever. So that, hopefully that did it. There. I mean, yeah, it's been empty all night. I've just been talking to myself most of it, except for when Shane and Yusef came in, but, thanks for that information. Anyway, so, back to the actual programming part of the game. Yeah, I couldn't find it either, which is, I think that's probably why I left it blank. I guess not. Like, I put it under basic programming, which is like the closest thing I can get, and this is kind of like basic. It's C. So C is pretty bare bones. Like, if you're programming, everyone who programs should know C. Closest object. There we go. Int X, int Y, int Z. If, okay. Objects equals 0. Should be 2 equal signs. Else that yeah, you know what? That's probably a good idea. Let me switch over to science technology. Technically technology, yeah, that makes sense. Switch the category here. So instead of basic programming, I'm under science, which is my day job, which, I mean, I don't know why that's here, but whatever. Sega, nope. Saturn, console, nope. Yeah, okay, so, game development is like the only tag I can actually, put on here, and it's already on here, so programming might be another one. There, okay, so those are my tags. I've updated it, so hopefully some other people come up in here. Anyways, so, again, back to the programming. Now that I've got objects splitting up on screen like I want them to, finally, without the game freaking crashing on me, let me put the limiters back on so I don't accidentally break the game. Let me see, where did I put that? Where did I put that? Where did I put that? I don't need to blank the screen anymore. Why is this here? Here, just be there. Okay. Where is frame num plus 30? 30 is good. Okay. We'll put the limiters back on for me drawing objects. Now we want to be able to find the closest object. So I'm going to be able to input coordinates. So closest to these coordinates. Let me see. Okay, if number of object equals 0, just return -1, and that's just going to be the code saying, hey, there's no object nearby, so, you know, don't bother. And then otherwise, we're just going to, well, first let's make an index variable. Index. For index equals 0, Index less than num object. Yeah, that's all right. Index plus plus. Okay, and then we're just gonna loop through every object in GameObject, or in the object. Yeah, this guy. Up to num object. Yeah, there we go. That's right. So up to num object, we're gonna go through here, and we're just gonna do a distance calculation, which is simple. We're gonna do let's do square distance to make the calculation easier. Or hey Shane, welcome back. So let's do the square of distance. So we'll do integer. What's a square of integers? Yeah, integer. Square dist is equal to let's call it. Oh yeah, it's gonna be max square dist, and then we're gonna have our own. You know, what's int max for Saturn? 32-bit integer max. Signed max 32-bit int. I mean, this should technically be unsigned, but whatever. Okay, so it's 2,147,483. No, wait. 2,147,483,647. Okay, there we go. And just do normal square dist is just initialize it to 0, but it doesn't really need to be initialized. So maybe I just won't. There we go. Birdie, thanks again for helping me clear up the tags and whatnot, because there we go. Reflecting now, hopefully we'll get some new stragglers in here. Just after all my struggling I can actually do something interesting now, because like the entire first 3 hours of this thing was just, hey, let's make a new object on the screen. Oh god, why is this thing breaking? Anyway, let's sort through all these objects. So object index dot x. I'm pretty sure that's how we're calling these things. Yep. Dot x, dot y, dot z. We're doing the index. C. How you write exponents? Let me see. Power. It's a math function. Let's go. I know for a fact it's not going to work the way I want it to. Let's go into the documentation, because he has his own math functions. Math.h. Yeah, I'm trying not to be private of this. Like, the whole point is that, you know, everyone should be able to access the game code. Like, if you wanted to take my game code, compile it, and run it on a emulator Saturn, or if you have like a, I'm waiting for Professor Abrasive to ship me a Saturn Sadiator, which is going to be like a plug-in thing in the back of the Saturn, where you put an SD card and just you can just load up ISOs on the SD card, because, you know, those old discs are delicate and rotting to death. There's also things where you can like flash the BIOS on an action replay device, and that will get you a whatchamacallit. That will get you like a kind of like a modded Saturn, where I think like Pseudo Saturn Kai, I think that's the name of it. That's the one that's popular right now. That's one that's actually available. And I'm waiting for Professor Abrasive's thing, because I think it should work better based off of what I heard about it, which I'm not really qualified to describe because I'm not the one making it. But once I get my demo unit, I'll probably be able to like review it and talk about it on stream or over on TIG with Shane. Okay, anyway, so I'm looking for because remember, sine was stupid. Sine was like this still pisses me off. Sine is actually sine multiplied by 32,768, because integer math, you can't really do 0 to 1. So I'm just looking for something stupid with exponents to see if they changed how math worked again, because they already did on me once, and I don't want to deal with that again. They have vector length. Get the length of a vector. Oh, okay, I have to make a vector, though. Identity. Okay, so this is matrix math. I'm not going to be using this just yet, but I might later. Direction to angle. Okay, so I don't see an actual exponent in here, so I'm just going to do the poor man's exponent and literally multiply it by itself. Because there isn't really, like, a fixed key for just saying, you know, caret or something like that. Because that's exclusive OR, that's a bitwise function, and that's not going to do me any good. Random using multiple, square root, square root. I mean, square root works, you just have an exponent. So I'm just going to, yeah, poor man's exponent. And that's going to be this. X times X plus... Oh, well, I don't even want to do that. I want to do minus X times itself. See, the beauty of C is that I can just keep making these new lines, and square this equals, and it won't matter because the compiler only sees up until whatchamacallit, the semicolon. All right. So this is my basic distance function. I'm taking the square of distance because it doesn't really matter because it's just comparative anyway. I'm not using this number. Okay. And if square distance is less than max square, which for the very first one, if it calculates anything, it has to be. Then, okay. And that means, at the very least, we have to set, oh, I have to define a return value, don't I? Closest ID, and that's going to be, -1. See, I don't even need this return value. I can just return at the end of all these if statements. I can just return closest ID, and it's defaulting to the error value. So let's compress this code a bit and just do if number of objects greater than 0. There, that's gonna be prettier. All right. Then closest ID will equal whatever the index is at the point. That's the one we're testing. And also, max square distance is going to be equal to the square distance we just found. Convenient. So this will find me the closest object to the point that I'm testing, and the point that I'm going to be testing is the camera target, where we're looking, which is basically right in front of our face. And after that, I'm also going to want to, see, we have destroy object, find closest object. There was one more thing we had to do, wasn't there? Threshold distance. Okay, yeah. Let's just add a threshold in there, like int threshold. So if you're within, let's say, I don't know, a distance of 10. And that is how you do and at C, right? C and. I'm so used to other languages that I keep forgetting. And should be, what is and? Logical and. Okay, I got it right. Okay. So this needs to be true. And also, the distance needs to be less than the threshold squared. Threshold times threshold. Because the threshold distance needs to be squared to compare with the square distance. Double ampersand. Double ampersand, oh, yeah, okay. Oh, you're on a delay. Because I was still thinking about how to do exponents, and yeah, okay. I just got thrown off a bit there. So I'm gonna give this thing a threshold, and that's gonna say it's only gonna return the value if the distance is within that threshold. Actually, there's a way of simplifying this. It's probably not a clean way of coding it, but instead of doing int max, let's just do it threshold times threshold, and that way it will only return if it's beneath the threshold. Then it's going to return the closest ID. Okay, so then we're going to have the closest ID. So that means... okay. So let's take this. And let's go over to controls and find the B button. E button is going to be my destroy... Actually, to keep the reversibility, A creates, Z destroys. So let's hit that on the Z button. Not Z, X. X, because they're right on top of each other. So here, X. So we're going to do... let's do int... oh, music paused. I need to get like YouTube Red or something, or that, or make my own playlist. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna do destroy ID. So when we press B, where's B? There we go. Destroy ID is going to be equal to the returned value of closest object, and I'm just gonna have to tailor the threshold to what visually appears correct. So threshold, let's just call it for now 50. That seems right. X, Y, and Z should be camera targets 0, 1, and 2. Just as if we were creating something. What do you mean, foobar 2000? What is that? What are you talking about? Anyway, okay. So if destroy ID is not -1, not equal -1. That's not equal, right? That should be not equal. Yeah, there we go. Things aren't that different in MATLAB. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to destroy that object, which is going to be great. Let's see. We're going to clone the object, we're going to resize objects, and I don't know if we actually need to free the memory on the object space or not, but nah, it'll probably be fine. This probably works. Okay, here's hoping I don't destroy the game by running this code. Alright, let's not forget the semicolons. Okay. Oh, okay. For some reason I remember that now. Foobar 2000. Yeah, definitely. Like the stream is still evolving. So next time I'll probably have a better music setup. Funny story. The first stream, which is also the first stream, depending on how you parse my language. I switched music tracks halfway through. Like I was doing, hedgehog themed music. The first half, like I'm doing right now. Second half, I was doing my programming kind of background music long play thing, where it's just a compilation of different stuff. And we got copyright striked by YouTube on like 5 different tracks on that one, and none from Sega, which is like, good on you, Sega, which is why I'm still playing Sega music. I have no idea what's going on with that, but obviously, I'm not going to be able to use that first video for anything other than just archival footage. So, right now it's just trial and error to see what kind of background music I can actually play, because I don't want to sit here in silence for several hours coding. See, they're not muting me, they're claiming me. At least I don't think they're muting me. I have to go back and rewatch it to make sure, but I know the timestamps, and I don't think they're muting me, but I have the option of being muted. Oh, on Twitch? Well, I don't think anyone, for the last stream, people were kind of more or less consistently on for most of the time. I don't think anyone mentioned me not being heard. So I think I'm good so far as far as Twitch is concerned. I'm not, playing top 40 hits or whatever. I don't know how they check against it, because all the stuff I'm listening to is, stupid and obscure. I have objectively bad taste in music. Oh. Hmm. Well, I better... I'm gonna have to go back and check then. Crap. That's not encouraging. That means I might have to go back and check, Yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and check to see, like, first off, I'm gonna go back and check to see if I got muted for the YouTube's copyright claims. I'm assuming if YouTube is copyright claiming it, then that's the only ones that Twitch would be looking for. Like, Twitch is not gonna find something that YouTube isn't, because YouTube is way overactive with that stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm wasting time not testing the code because I really should be testing it. So let's run mend-defend, see if I broke the game, and if Sigwin is going to stop complaining. Oh, crap. Alright, not Twitch, but, like, I use YouTube as an archive. That's the thing. Like, I want people to be able to go back and, like, just look at the code that I'm doing. Or at least skip to the end of each video to see me eventually figure stuff out. Variable size type declared outside of any function. You talk about line 42. Next objects. Oh, it's a constant though. Why do you care? Oh, it's a constant int. That should be in there. Try that again. Outside of any function. Okay, I got some syntax errors, so let's go back and fix that while I do this, and this is just gonna have to be hard-coded in. Yeah, if it turns out I did get partially muted, I will end up maybe either saying, okay, well, here's, like, the highlights of the stream, or maybe I just might go back and just do tutorials and be like, hey, you just gotta tune in for the stream, dudes. The first option is easier, obviously, because it's just editing what I already have, and the second option is producing an actual, like, real tutorial, which it takes effort, and I'd rather put my effort into the game. Okay, so line 42, that's fixed. Closest object. Of course, the function that I just wrote is suddenly starting to get errors. Okay. 130. Yeah, that needs an equal sign. Okay, 133, num objects undeclared. Num object, singular. Why does this keep happening to me? 134, 135, index undeclared. What do you mean index is under... Oh. No, it's not. What do you mean index is undeclared? Don't give me that crap. Index is declared right above that line. Okay. Okay, closest ID, undeclared. Closest ID is undeclared. No, it is not. It is... Oh, because I screwed it up the first time. That makes sense. Okay, syntax, return. 48. What's a syntax error? It's a return statement. Returns. Oh, forget it. Okay, let's just recompile and see that. I fixed it just by changing that one line. Of course I didn't. Okay. 134. Index. Should I don't need to declare it with a value. So why are you complaining? Syntax error before int. Where is the syntax error? This line's correct. This line's correct. This line is correct. 134. If. The if statement looks like it's correct. Is it not? Do I need to put 2? No, that's a bitwise. Isn't it? No. Okay, comparators. The comparator is correct. Num object greater than this. That's how you write an if state. Oh, brackets. Brackets. Brackets are important. Brackets are super important. Whoops. Yeah, I can't do multi-line if without a bracket. Sigwin, I swear. Oh, there we go. Actual errors. Line 53, syntax error before int. If int. Yeah, I should probably have actually written values to that location. Oh, wait, X. E. Oh, That's what. Okay, so this should be here, including the brackets. Should just put brackets everywhere, and then B, don't do anything no more. Just write it like that. Compiler can complain, but it'll still compile. Unless Sigwin starts freaking complaining. Okay, there we go. Back to Mednafin. Seriously? What's going on? Sigwin again. I swear, like 3 times out of 5, I think, so far. Every time I tried to compile the ISO for this thing, Sigwin just starts complaining about imaginary memory problems. Okay, so let's make a box. Z destroys the box. Oh, there we go. Make a box, make a box, make a box, make a box. Okay, I try to destroy that box in front of me. Not close enough, not close enough, not close enough, not close enough, not close. There we go. And okay, I can create, I can destroy. I am a deity in this world. There we go. Okay, there we go. Destroy, destroy. This is great. And it's dynamically keeping track of objects. I'm not running out of memory. Oh, let's do the thing where... let me take off the limiters. Let me take off the limiters and see if I can't push myself to... The program should stop itself from going over the limit, because we found out 103 boxes is where my probably inefficiently coded setup is going to break. So it should stop itself. It should not try to create any more boxes. But if I destroy some boxes and keep trying to create more, then it should be able to keep going. So let's go back in. I mean, I feel good about the progress I've made so far. I think what I'm gonna do is, I mean, I'm finally getting some new people on the stream, so I'm gonna say hi to everyone. We got 5 people, and one of them's probably me. I'm pretty sure Birdie and Shane are the other 2. So, the last 2 people who just joined us, hi. I've been struggling for the last 3 hours with memory issues. Let's see, can I cap out? There we go. I can't create any more objects. The game has slowed to a crawl, but I can start destroying things. Oh, I should probably put a limiter on the destroy button too. Now I mentioned, okay. Oh, wow, okay. So I'm displaying 600 polygons on the screen, and it is sluggish. But, I've seen Sonic Z Stream XL2's thing. I've seen that run, I think, like 1,000 quads on screen. So I'm pretty sure there's ways of me just programming right. I know that he plays with VDB2, which is the secondary video chip on the Saturn. So I was mentioning this earlier, but just to reiterate, Saturn has a bunch of chips, and you should go check out GameHut's channel. I've linked it in the chat earlier on. I think if you go on my YouTube page, he's one of my featured channels on the side. Yeah. So like Shane said, you have to see how many of them there are. There's master CPU, slave CPU, VDP1, VDP2, DSP chip with logic stuff in it. There's 2 sound chips. There's some other chips I'm forgetting about. And you can program them all individually, in parallel, have them all talk to each other. And if you go look up GameHut's video on first the DSP chip and how to program it, and then Sonic R's how he got all the elements on screen. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll also cut up on the freaking chips in the Saturn. No, the boxes, there's 100 boxes on screen. That makes the 600 polygons. I limited to 100 because 103 crashed it because I ran out of memory. I'm certain there's something wrong I'm doing with memory allocation, or I need to emulate more memory, like as if I had a an action replay plugged in. Oh yeah. Let's just run Mednafin again. I don't have to recompile, so I don't have to deal with freaking Sigwin screwing up. Run with Mednafin.bat. I think what I'm gonna do is now A and Z are mapped to just changing stuff. So I'm gonna here. So the thing is, if you're wondering if changing the camera angle like this is going to change how I drop it, it's not, because I did not implement a a variable. I took away the variable angle, the variable rotation. With the limiters are off. I need to put the limiters back on because now it's slowing down. But yeah, what I need to do, I probably should do a thing where it's like it tracks the angle I'm at. I mean, realistically, this part's not going to be in the game anyway. This is just going to be like a debug mode. Oh, okay. Let me just. Oh, I can't control pitch. I have climb and descend. I don't have a pitch thing. And actually, controlling the pitch angle in the camera is kind of a headache. There's a Z rotation. So yeah, I can go below, and yeah, it's like a little snake thing, like a human centipede, but centipede, but boxes. Destroy these guys. So how close do I need to be to actually destroy anything? Oh, there we go. That'll do. I'm gonna go back and put the limiters back on. Yeah, they're merged together because you can see the frame rate on the top of the screen. The frame rate is ridiculous. Like I need to go in the makefile. I'm sure there's a makefile option or something in the engine that says set the frames, lock it to this rate, don't exceed it. Because right now, if you just time that, that's probably like close to several hundred frames a second. Like I couldn't even tell, but it's super fast. And every frame, it's polling the input, and it's saying, okay, if I want to, I'll just show you the code. So you go over here, the gamepad input, where I'm pulling the input. This happens every frame, and that frame is happening super fast. If I'm pressing the A button, like if I press the A button and I don't immediately take it off within that frame, it's going to keep making more boxes if I don't put this limiter in. And that's what, last create frame num, that's what that's for. So I'm going to put that back up to like, say, 15 frames. Is brisk, but not ridiculous. And then I should probably also do that on the destroy. There we go. There we go. So now, like, I need to do, like, let me just do, like, wait time 15 frames. Oh, wait frames. There we go. So we stop pulling input for things that drastically change what's going on. I can just change that dynamically up there. Or not dynamically, but, programmatically. The polling rate is whatever the engine decides it's going to be. And right now, it's ridiculous. Like, here, let's compile and run it again. And just look at the frame rate. Just try to time it. Like, open up the clock at on your computer and just look at the second hand and see, like, count 5 seconds and see roughly where the frame rate is. I'm going to count with you guys. Okay, so starting on my hand, I'm going to count starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it went from, like, 450 to 780. So, just let's pull out the calculator real quick. So 780 minus 450 divided by basically 5 seconds. It's like 66 frames a second. Okay, so it's 60-ish. Okay, oh, actually, no. No, you're right, that's exactly 60. I need to slow this game down. I'm just not used to 60. But yeah, I guess I'm already locked at 60 frames, and I'll just slow it down if I put too many things on screen. I thought it was, like, ridiculous. I just can't count. That's my problem. I can't count. Birdie, you're right. You're right. I don't know why I'm not doing that, because this is just going to lead to an overflow error anyway. So, yeah. Let's put a modulo on there. Let me see. Where do I increment frame num? Let me just put the modulo in the print statement, and then I'll worry about what's modulo in C. I keep forgetting. It should yeah, just percentage. Okay, so percent 60. So what I would want to... Oh, crap. Sigwin, if you don't shut up, I swear. There we go. So yeah, what I would like to do is, for the frame num counter, I'm going to have to put a modulo on it to prevent overflow. But also, because there's a previous frame thing, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to do... a thing where if it's greater than, then I'm just going to have to subtract 60 from it. But now it's counting. It's counting up to 60. So we'll try to, you know, we can try to time it, see if like one Mississippi, one Mississippi, one Mississippi. Yeah, it's 60 frames. So what do you know? It's been 60 frames the whole time. It's just too fast for me and my console peasant eyes because I'm so used to 30, I guess. There's actually a lot of flexibility, pretty much on any console, but including the Saturn, when it comes to like resolutions and how you want to, how fast you want to run things. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. Count from 1 to 60. Jeez. Mod. Is it going to 0? With modulo? Yeah, it's going to 0 with modulo. So I have to add 1 to that. Okay. You guys are such sticklers, jeez. Okay. Frame number, modulo 60, plus 1. Just to make you guys happy. Well, yeah. I'm delayed on reading the comics slightly because I'm distracted, and also because obviously there's a delay on Twitch. Okay, so now it's counting all the way up to 60. So you can see like that one frame where it's at 60. And if I just keep dropping boxes, I will slow the game down there we go. So now you can notice the game slowing down around like 40 boxes. So this is a sign of me obviously not handling memory or something. It's not as efficient as it could be. There's definitely more I could be doing. If I figure out a way to start utilizing other CPUs. But realistically, I'm not going to use this many objects in a scene. I'm going to like dynamically load or unload portions of it. Because the plan for this thing is just to be an RPG anyway. There we go. There's 100 boxes being rendered, all of which are visible and being rendered. You can see a few errors because I'm a little bit too close. I'll back up a bit. But yeah, the frame rate has... Birdie, I'm not sure what you mean by that. What I'm already doing is I'm loading the textures in memory to start with, and then I will be... I just copy, you know, the quads and the vertices and the textures whenever I draw a new object. But... I'm not sure what you mean by redraw the same box. Get more detail on the screen. So yeah, the way I'm doing it is I'm not loading a new texture each time I'm loading the box. There's one texture, and there's one master box vertice pointer. And all of these boxes, these objects, are structs that I've made that point to that master box texture, master box quad, master box vertex, and draw them according to a transformation I do on the camera. You can see that back in the first stream, and I'll just show it real quick once I'm done circling around here and marveling at how slow the frame rate is with 100 boxes on screen. Yeah, but let me go over the code now because this is just masturbatory now. So let's see. So JO main initialize geometry, and that's from my template header. And what that does is it loads up the box texture file, the TGA. It will load up the vertices, creating the cube, and that's like the master box. This master box is being created when I say load metal crate 1. Ah, yeah, nice timing. Yeah, and then when I do that, that's loaded up. I start the main loop. When I do the main loop, I go through all the motions. Game input, I spawn a box. Next frame, I start. Well, the animation, these things aren't even being implemented yet. Like, I need to be able to, like, add a velocity and a rotation on them. Move cam just moves the camera. Draw, there we go. My draw, that's where it actually happens. Under display, my draw. I loop through all the boxes in the box object. So the game objects, this array that is defined up here at the top of this header, the game object header. Here it is. Oh, wait. Here it is. I can do up to 100 objects, and these are just any generic objects with that have pointers to vertices, quads, and yeah, the quads are already textured. So I have all of these 100 objects or boxes right now, so they're all pointing at the same texture, the same vertices, and the same quads, but they have their own individual positions, velocities, rotation speeds. Most of all this stuff is just 0, but the positions are different at least. I don't think I'm ever going to actually use this, but I'll keep it in anyway. So yeah, the positions are all different. So then when I go over to my draw, I do the draw object function, draw object over here. This push matrix gets started on the drawing. I translate the drawer to the coordinates of the box. I rotate it according to the box rotations, which are no longer doing stuff. And I draw the array of quads that are stored as a pointer, and I tell it the number of quads that are being drawn. And I go back to like the default location of the drawer. So basically, I'm moving the renderer, the thing that's rendering these boxes. I'm moving it according to that struct's coordinates here, X, Y, and Z, and then telling it how to rotate it. And then I'm just drawing it. I'm drawing the same textured box over and over and over again. And then I just move the renderer back to the default position and repeat for the next object. And then do that 100 times, and it slows down the Saturn a bit, or the emulated Saturn. I want to see, like, once I get the Sadiator to run these demos on real hardware, just to test out and make sure I'm not, just doing this for no reason. Because the entire point is I want to be able to play this on a real Saturn. Anyway, I kind of did what I set out to do today. I can create and destroy objects with button presses, which means I can interact with the world. And if I start mapping those functions to things like hitbox detection, which I'll have to do another time, probably next stream, hopefully next weekend, what I'll end up doing is I'll be able to do things like, I'll fire a bullet or I'll swing a sword, and the hitbox detection will be able to find the closest object according to, where is this guy? Not create object. Clone, destroy, closest, yeah. It's going to find the closest object to it each frame, and it's going to say, okay, the sword is closest to this box. Is it within the threshold? Yes, okay. And then we can cause damage to it. And then after a certain damage threshold, or, you compare it to its HP or something like that, you can destroy the object or run some sort of death function on the object, and that will eventually evolve into, okay, we have an enemy on the screen, we do something to cause damage to the enemy, you de-increment its HP by a calculation, the enemy will then go through a death animation, so there will be a death function, it'll say run death animation, change enemy state, possibly change into a container so you can loot the body, and then you can move on. That's a game. That right there is a game. Just this hitbot detection and actual visuals. Like, I need to put like a skybox or like a dungeon or a labyrinth or something more engaging. But this, we have enough here already with this code where it basically would constitute a game. Like this is if we had enough power to actually compare it to, this would almost be like, you know, Minecraft Creative, where you can just drop boxes. I had different boxes I could cycle through. What I'm gonna do probably for next time is just make some textures, my own textures, because right now I'm borrowing textures from Johannes and the JO Engine guy, Joe Engine maybe. It's probably actually Joe Engine. It's probably not JO Engine. I'm borrowing his textures. I'm gonna make some of my own textures. I'm gonna try and make an object. I know XL2 made a tool where you can actually do more complex 3D renderings, like actual, you know, like people and stuff like that. Actual objects that aren't just like basic fundamental cubes and spheres and stuff. So I'm going to try preparing some of that for the next stream and seeing if I can't draw multiple objects on the screen, maybe put a sword on the screen, and maybe a little display for hit points, and just do like a basic swing the sword, hit the bad guy kind of deal. Let's see how far I can get in that time. I mean, I was planning on going for a little bit longer. Like, I've got a Red Bull. I can go all night if you guys want me to keep going, but I don't know what you guys want. We got 6 people in the stream. Only 2 of them are talking, but like, if you guys want me to try and do something new, I think I've done everything I set out to do today, which is, you know, create and destroy objects in game. But if you guys have any ideas of what you want me to try and attempt right now, I'm game. If not, I think I'm gonna close up shop. I don't know what you guys want me to try and attempt next. So if everyone's cool with it, then let me just recap and wrap up. Last stream, we just basically got the game running like normally. Let's go back into the game and actually, you know, I'll recap while actually showing what we have. So last time what we did is we got the camera working, we got inputs working, we got the engine started up, so that was basically just day one, just, you know, getting stuff to respond. Today I've got it so that I can create and destroy objects without, you know, just having the console just crash on me. So I actually kind of like, by trial and error, figured out some of the limits of what I can do right now before I get a little bit more efficient with the coding. So I can blit objects on screen. I can also destroy them. And what that means, because I'm destroying them basing off of grabbing and manipulating, well, not manipulating yet, but I can potentially manipulate object properties. What I can do is I can now have buttons that can interact with objects in the game that can be dynamically created and destroyed, which means I can create and destroy, you know, enemies if I were to model them and program some basic logic for them. That was today's progress. We got creation, destruction. We still have camera control. We still have normal game input. Game is running at 60 frames apparently, so we learned that. I don't know, if you guys don't have any more ideas, I'll see you next time. Maybe next weekend. If everyone, let me just link up my Twitter. If you have my Twitter, you'll know, you know, the next time I'm actually doing a stream. Let me see. There we go. So here, my Twitter's in chat now. So tonight's stream, I'm basically wrapping up, unless you guys got some. Yeah, punch that subscribe button. I push my my archival stuff over to. Whoops. Okay, let me push this over here. I push my archival stuff over to the YouTube channel. So if you just search Emerald Nova Sega Saturn on YouTube, you'll find me. But otherwise, you can subscribe to this, and you'll just I transfer all the old streams to it. If I get 100 subscribers, maybe I can actually get a real channel name and not this, you know, ASCII garbage. Yeah, if you subscribe to the Twitter, you'll get updated next time I do a stream, because I'm closing this one up pretty soon. YouTube will have all the old streams. Okay, see, here's the thing. I accomplished what I set out to do, and all of a sudden people come in to see what I did, and now I don't know if I should keep going or not. Like, yeah, like, if you guys want me to keep going, I'll keep going. I got a Red Bull. It's Saturday night. I've got nothing better to do than to make games. So, like, if you want me to try doing hitboxes or something where, like, I won't be able to clip through this box anymore, I can try that if you want me to spend the next few hours doing that. If not, if no one has any ideas, if it's literally just, like, 3 people and 7 bots, I'm just going to close up shop because I don't know what to do next without, like, doing a little bit of prep work first. Like, I don't want this stream to turn into me just struggling in Blender making models and trying to import them yet. Like, maybe down the line I'll do that, but right now I just want to focus on coding on the Saturn. So, the name of the game is Seniriu. Basically, it's a translation. No, I'm not making pong. It's a translation from Old Irish. It's like the Old Land or something like that, or Old Ireland. I have to look up the exact translation. Essentially, it's going to be kind of like a science fiction with Irish Gaelic kind of visual overtones. I'll get more detail in the game as I design it, but essentially right now I'm just trying to get like a basic Daggerfall light experience, where like you have a first-person interface. You can do basic melee combat, maybe some basic range combat, interaction, dialogue, etc. Basic RPG crap. And then once I get there, I'll start doing things like talking about how to do, like, once I'm actually far along enough in this, like several streams away from now, I'll start doing things like dialogue, plotting. I'll do more 3D stuff. I'll do level design. Maybe I'll try my hand at making some MIDIs for background music and some either light sound design or just straight up steal royalty-free sound effects, like the ones you've heard all the time from those terrible, digital homicide games or something like that. Whatever it takes to get this game off the ground, So yeah, if that's it, you guys saw what we did. Next time, I'm thinking hitboxes. Seems like it's about time to do that. Now that, like, this is a lot further along than I would expect. I've gotten in just 2 streams. Like, I'm surprised how fast this went. I was expecting to be here until like 3 a.m. figuring out how to get all this stuff working right. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should put a skybox. Yeah, skyboxes shouldn't be too hard. I should be able to put a skybox easy. I'm sure there's actually, like, if I go, yeah, floors and skyboxes. So floors implies hitboxes. So first a skybox, then hitboxes, then a floor, and then I can start remapping controls with, like, gravity and stuff. So I'll floors and skyboxes. Yeah. So next time, I'll just get like a basic texture prepared where it's like the floor will be just a basic floor and the skybox will be like stars or some crap like that. And maybe I'll do I'll do a thing where I can like tilt the camera or something. The problem is tilting the camera is actually kind of really annoying when I tried doing it last time. But I think if I just play with a camera target, it should be fine. So yeah, we'll do that next time. Hitboxes, floors, and skyboxes. Okay, let's close down the stream. I'll see you guys next weekend. If you go on Twitter, you just follow me. You'll find out exactly when it is. Probably going to be a Saturday. Might be a Sunday. I don't know. Just, confidentially speaking, my birthday's in 2 weekends from now. And maybe from then we'll do something interesting that's not just... Okay, well, it's probably going to be more game design, but it might be interesting as well. I'll just see you then. All right. Good night, everyone.